right, good morning and welcome to the February 1st, 2024 City Council meeting. The time is 9:09 in the morning. City Clerk, will you please do the roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Arias?
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Present.
Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld? Councilmember Esparza?
Present.
Vice President Carbasi?
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here. All right, next is the invocation, which will be given by Matt Dildine from the Fresno Rescue Mission. That will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand? Welcome and thank you for being here.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for being such a good and gracious God who gives us the gifts of grace and mercy in amounts that we can't fully understand. Father, we thank you, Father, for being a God who cares about the city, who cares about the welfare of the city, who cares about the vulnerable, who cares about many of the same exact things that our elected officials care about so deeply. Father, we pray for that continued alignment, that alignment with the heart of God, with the alignment with the heart of our elected officials. We pray, Father, that alignment would produce wonderful and glorious fruit, that we can rescue the vulnerable, that we can house the unhoused. We can rescue those who are in trafficking. We can provide for those who have lacked parents. We can provide for those who don't know where their next meal is going to come from. Father, in trying to seek the welfare of this city, we know that there will be room for dissension. There will be room for differing opinions. Things will be said that will not create peace. There will be excuses and reasons to be unforgiving. Father, we pray that we would be a city known for its grace, a city known for forgiveness, a city known that would seek the peace. Father, we ask that you would be with each of our elected officials as they lead our city, that they would be examples of grace. They would be examples of forgiveness. They would be examples of peace. Father, I also want to pray for Tyler. I want to pray for Nelson. I want to pray for Mike, for Annalisa, for Miguel, for Gary, for Luis, for Jerry. Father, they carry immense responsibility, but I lift up what's happening in their personal lives. I lift up, Father, the kids going to college, relationships, marriages, adoptions, careers, retirement, elections, things that might not be going as well as they would have hoped, the joys in their life, future grandkids, friends. I pray, Lord, that you would bring health and prosperity to their personal lives, that you would grant them peace while they have to sail the ship of our community through storms at times. We pray, Father, for the relationships in their life, Lord, that you would bring health, that you would bring prosperity and joy. Father, we pray that your hand would continue to guide them, that you would continue to guide our city, and that it would be not known as a city in the valley, but a city upon a hill, Father. In your name, amen. Thank you.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda today?
Yes, but before I get on to the changes of the agenda, I just want to let everybody know that we do have Spanish translators in the back of the room. If you need any assistance, please go in the back, they're right there. And then the following changes, Council President. Item 2BB, as in boy, 24-192, regarding the Fresno City Attorney's Office to investigate and prosecute employer wages theft. The update title should be Resolution Authorizing the Fresno City Attorney's Office to investigate and prosecute employer wage theft, and it is not subject to mayor's veto. Also, I want to make a note that that item is being pulled to contested consent by Councilmember Maxwell. The following items have been removed from the agenda. Item 2AA, regarding the display of Clement Renzi, A Day in the Park, is being moved to the 22nd of February by the City Attorney's Office. The 10 o'clock a.m. item 24-111, regarding the North Marks and West Nielsen Avenue, is being moved to the 22nd of February at 10 a.m. by staff. Then the following items are being moved to contested consent for further direction. As I mentioned earlier, 2BB 24192. Consent calendar item 2S, ID 24-175, regarding the side letter of agreement with the Fresno Police Officer Association, is being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 2Z, ID 24-154, regarding the Community Development Block Grant Loan Agreement, is being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And item 2C, ID 24-92, regarding the master fee schedule, is being moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. And those are all the changes I have for today.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? I'll start with Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell.
No changes, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 2K for contested consent.
Item 2K has been pulled to contested consent. Councilmember Esparza. No. Vice President Carbasi.
None.
Okay, and I have none to pull either. So with that, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Council President, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the following amendment drafted by legal counsel.
Okay.
That corrects all references appearing throughout the California Avenue, Ventura Avenue, and Kings Canyon Road to reflect the name change of Cesar Chavez Boulevard, excluding segments in the city not renamed pursuant to Resolution 2023-056.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Up next are the ceremonial presentations. Up first, we have the proclamation for Black History Month. The sponsors are Councilmember Esparza and myself.
Good morning, good morning. Come on down, Henry and all folks who are representatives from the Better Living Art Club. Every year the council gets the opportunity to celebrate Black History Month, and today, being February 1st, marks the first day of that month, or an opportunity to celebrate, acknowledge, and appreciate the African American community, not just throughout the country, but specifically here in Fresno. And here in the city of Fresno, we don't have any shortage of Black Americans to celebrate. As we were out at the reception earlier, I took a look around, and there were many folks present and not present who we had thought of and who were very deserving of receiving this year's Black History Month proclamation. But this year, nationally, the theme of Black History Month is African Americans and the arts. And so we took a look around the city, and it was not an easy decision at all. But we're very delighted at the work that is happening because of the individual standing up here with us today. And so it really is a pleasure for both Council President Perea and myself to be able to provide this proclamation to the Better Living Art Club, a nonprofit organization that is laser focused on the social and emotional development of our city's youngest residents, particularly those who come from our underserved neighborhoods throughout the city. So the Better Living Art Club was created to give these youth, an outlet and an opportunity to gain foundational experiences that lead to them discovering really positive outlets for their emotions. And so the work that Henry Eller Jr. is doing throughout the city through the Better Living Art Club is really invaluable to our city, invaluable to the youth participating, and I think is impacting our community in unthinkable ways that will continue for generations. Before I hand the microphone to the folks of the hour, I do want to give the Council President an opportunity to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Council Member. As somebody who went to a performing and visual arts school growing up, I went to Bullard Talent. I know the benefit of what the arts does for our youth, and so there is, like my colleague said, so many individuals worthy of this honor, but you, Mr. Allard, have taken strides to get us to a point where we are changing the lives of our youths and really putting them on a pathway for success growing up. And so I was forever changed by that, and I know the work you are doing is going to change the lives of a lot of young people here in our city. And so while we do have a lot of work to continue to get to a point where we have equity for all, I think it's your work, your advocacy, that is helping us to make those strides and to build those bridges to continuously help us get to where we need to be. So thank you on behalf of the Fresno City Council, and I'm going to pass the mic to you to say a few more words.
Yep. And Henry, as you know, whenever you walk into a room and there's some kind of special occasion, you know where to find Henry. He always has either the flyest suit on or the most visually sort of appealing and generating kind of outfit. And so when I walked out into the foyer earlier, I immediately spotted him from behind. I was like, I can't confirm it's him, but I'm pretty sure it's him. So Henry, we'd love for you to tell us a little bit about the Better Living Art Club and introduce your guest this morning.
First off, thank you for this. This really means a lot to me. One of the reasons why is because no matter what country I'm in, no matter how far I move, no matter how successful I become, I always made sure the people that I interacted with knew that I was from Fresno, and there wasn't much to say, we'd be talking about almonds or something like that. But for the most part, I wanted everybody to know, like, I'm Henry, I'm Baptiste, and I'm from Fresno, California. And there's so many gatekeepers during the times that I was growing up. So my main journey was, like I say, no matter how far I go, no matter where I'm at, I have to come back and enrich my community. That was always like my end goal. I didn't know when it would be, when it would happen, but I knew no matter what, you got to come back and share the resources, and you have to share the information. And so a few years ago, I had the opportunity to do that because I was lost. I was highly successful in the fashion industry, living in New York, but the world had shut down, and I just had to look myself in the mirror and was like, bro, what is your purpose in life? And I know it ain't just the clothes. Like, you ain't just here for that. You got to have a bigger purpose in life. And so I started networking, talking to a lot of people, and I found out that the children didn't have the right programs and art programs and all these other things. And I'm just like, okay, let me try and figure this out. Garden Art Studio, the zoo reached out to me. We ran an amazing art program with Live Again Fresno. That was the start to everything. Like, I owe everything to those kids from Live Again Fresno because they let me see a side of myself that I didn't even know was there. After that first class, and those kids that I met 45 minutes prior opening up to me and telling me all their secrets through art, I was like, oh yeah, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, this is my purpose. So yeah, it's been a long journey. It's been an amazing journey. I promise y'all, this is only the beginning. This is only the foundation to what I'm really trying to do. But yeah, and I like to give all of the everything to my amazing mother right here. As you can see, this is where I get my style from. And this is my auntie right here. This is my ride or die. If I need anything, this is who I'm finna call. And this is my best friend, Mika. When I was in St. Louis at the time, I was trying to figure it out. I'm like, all right, should I go to New York or should I go to LA? And Mika would text, she was living in New York, and she would text me randomly every year, like, you need to get out here. I'm telling you, you're gonna fit right in. New York is perfect for you. New York is perfect for you. And she just so happened to text me like when I was trying to figure it out. So I came home for like 2 weeks, started packing everything up. My mom was like, you really going? And I'm like, yeah, I'm out. And Meek was like, you can stay with me. I have an extra room. So I moved out to New York, and I hit the ground running, and yeah, the rest is history. But yeah, last thing, I want to thank my mom for giving me the confidence that I have, because that's the main point of my art programs. If you are a believer, if you are a dreamer, you have that self-esteem, you have that confidence, and can't nothing stop you, and you really, truly believe that, you are unstoppable. And as long as the kids have that feeling and believe that, they'll be unstoppable as well. So thank you. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you for the work you're doing. And again, in keeping with this year's theme of African American and the arts, my pleasure on behalf of myself, the council president, and the entire city council and the mayor to present to you with this year's Black History Month Proclamation 2024.
Thank you.
Whereas February is
Clerk, if you'll
nationally
please read the
proclaimed-
proclamation for the record.
Yes. Whereas February is nationally proclaimed Black History Month to honor African Americans and express our gratitude towards their countless contributions to the city of Fresno. From the very beginning of our city, African Americans were essential to the development and success of our community. Shining a light on Black history today is an important to understanding ourselves and growing stronger as a community. Today, we honor those who broke barriers and helped shape our world, and those who continue to confront injustice and are still present today. And we thank those individuals for bringing our country to a better and more socially just time. And although the fight for equity is far from over, we remember how far the African American community has brought us and thank them for continuing to go down the path of social equity. And whereas the 2024 national theme of Black History Month, African Americans and the Arts, explore the influence that African Americans have across the fields of visual and performing arts, literature, film, music, and other forms of cultural expression. And whereas today, our city of Fresno honors community leaders like Henry Allard Jr., a Fresno native who has a long history in arts. He began his career 12 years in fashion and arts, where he moved to New York City, working in fashion brands like Gucci, Dior, and Couture. And after working in fashion, Allard decided to come back to his hometown, Fresno. And upon his return, he created the Better Living Arts Club, a nonprofit focused on social and emotional development for youth through the arts. In addition, in supporting Fresno's youth, Henry is on the board of Downtown Fresno Foundation and the advisory board for Fresno State College of Arts and Humanities, which focuses on building a bridge between Fresno State and local minority artists. We honor Mr. Allard's dedication towards sharing his love of art with our city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that City Council Member Esparza, Council President Perea, and the Fresno City Council and Mayor Jerry Dyer do hereby proclaim February 1st as Black History Month.
All right, our next proclamation is going to be a proclamation for St. George Greek Orthodox Church 100th anniversary. This is sponsored by Councilmember Esparza and the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
All right, come on down. I'd like to invite our friends from St. George Greek Orthodox Church to join us, as well as the Greek delegation at City Hall.
Veros.
Mr. Veros and City Manager.
A couple of you. It works well. My family, too.
Yeah, that's right. Well, good morning. Good morning to you all, and we appreciate you being here at City Hall. You know, there are a few organizations that have had such an outsized impact and been around as long as St. Greek Orthodox Church. And this February, as you understand, but I want to tell the community, this February, they are celebrating their 100th anniversary. Let's give them a round of applause. It's really a huge milestone. It takes very dedicated people who have inspired a dedicated community to continue the work that you've been doing for as long as you've been doing it. Many of you know that the church is also the home of Greek Fest here locally, Greek Festival. I spent way too many days there this year. No regrets.
I hope not.
No, none at all. None at all. I had the pleasure this year of volunteering for a little bit, cooking, and getting to enjoy the fruits of that labor throughout the entire weekend.
You made great lamb chops.
They were all right. They were all right. But it really was a blast. And just I don't want to digress too much, but over again 100 years ago, St. George Greek Orthodox Church was established here in the city of Fresno and is really an institution here in the city of Fresno. And even though it's a citywide institution, it really is one of those anchors within District 7 that everyone knows and loves. And so it really is my honor to represent the area, represent the district where this citywide institution is home to, and congratulate you on 100 years. I know you haven't been there the whole 100 years. You've been there about 15, right?
Actually, I live in a home that's 140 years old here in Fresno. It's an institution, trust me.
But again, it's my pleasure to congratulate you. I do want to provide some time for the mayor and the city manager to say a few words as well.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief and have the city manager, who happens to attend church there, speak to some of the history and the importance of it. But I don't want to speak to the importance of faith to our community, the importance of faith to our family, and really tie it into the St. George Greek Orthodox Church, because it is through that faith that people have that foundation within our community. And so it is a central theme. And to be here for 100 years, operating is something that a lot of churches cannot say. And so I want to just say congratulations. Thank you for everything that you do for your congregation, for our community, for the families in Fresno, because it is through all of that that makes our city better. And, when I talk about one Fresno, it does include the Greeks. And it includes everyone. And that's why we wanted to take this opportunity today to recognize you on 100 years. So, City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, I am 100% Greek, which for those who wonder why I'm so loud and passionate, that explains a lot. But, something about the church and the Greek community, it's the home. When I moved to Fresno in the 80s, the first thing you do is you go find the church, because that is where you're going to find the family and sort of the heart of the Greek community. I was fortunate later, Father Jim Pappas is my cousin, and so to be very closely connected. And many years I would get the call, can you come do this? Can you teach Sunday school? Can you do this? And you never say no to the priest. But it's such an important part of our community. And and the one thing that I don't think a lot of people know is, while not all of us, but most of us are of Greek descent, there are many, many parishioners who are not. We have a very, very diverse congregation. We have people from Ethiopia, from Eritrea, from Albania, from Syria, from all over. And so it's such an amazing thing to be able to see the fabric of our church become so diverse. In the old days, it was traditionally most everybody was of Greek descent, but it is definitely expanded, and I think that is an amazing thing to see in our city. So it doesn't go with a lot of hard work. We have representatives of our parish board here who are the ones that do sort of the day in, day out of organization and the business part of the church. It's great to be part of such an amazing community in Fresno. And we all know, Time of Greek Fest is a place where everybody in this community gets to be Greek for a day. And I think, a weekend, yeah, exactly, or a weekend. And I think we always get such positive feedback of people either not knowing about it or being able to learn about it. So thank you for all that you all do. It's an exciting time. So thank you. I'll turn it back over to you, Councilmember.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of your comments, City Manager. I do not attend church at St. George, but when I talk to residents throughout the city and in my district, it means so much to them. I mean, you can tell there's a strong connection between the community and the church. Folks rave on about it, about how they have so many memories that have accumulated there over the years. The children were baptized there. And again, really, it's the pillar in our community. Again, congratulations to you folks for being there all this time. And I do want to turn it over to you, Father Pappas, for a few words.
How many people here have been to the Greek Fest?
And a lot of you haven't yet.
The rest of you don't know what you're missing.
September, we were this year voted as one of the best events, the best event in Fresno. Yeah. But for the next almost 10 months, we're going to have a number of events happening to celebrate our 100th anniversary. As Georgianne mentioned, we are now the United Nations of Communities. But back in 1923, when a bunch of gentlemen came together and they said, we need to establish our community. And what they did was they built a church, because that's what Greeks do. Wherever they go, they say, where do you gather? You gather at the church. So the Orthodox Christian community came and gathered here. And as it happened that most of the Greeks at that time, when Fresno was a bit smaller, owned all of the coffee shops and candy shops and ice cream shops downtown. Downtown was the center, the hub. There were Greek neighborhoods and Italian neighborhoods and German neighborhoods, and you can go on and on. They were all gathered, Russian neighborhoods, and all of that was the center of, all this area here was the center of the city. And even our uncle established the first supermarket chain here in Fresno called the Boris Pappas Supermarket Chain. In those days, it wasn't like we have today, but there were 8 markets all through town where you could go in and people would fill your bags with the groceries. So we have even that connection to this city. Most importantly now, we still celebrate Orthodox Christianity throughout, and as Georgianne mentioned, we use 7 different languages during our services now, because I still have a lot of immigrant population within our community, but they can all call St. George home. And if you come to our Greek Fest, which is the largest Greek showing here in town, what you end up with is people of diverse backgrounds all running our food festival for us, as they have all prepared and learned how to cook Greek cooking. Even our Greek dance group right now doesn't have one Greek kid dancing in it, surprisingly. Our younger group does, but the older group has Romanians, people of different Middle Eastern backgrounds, Eritrean and Ethiopian backgrounds, and they've all learned that culture. Plus, we've also diversified, and we're also celebrating their cultures too. But in all of it, we are here to just celebrate with you. And so thank you very, very much for this honor, because it is a great honor. And yes, you have been to church a few times, because you send your representatives to my neighborhood watch meetings all the time. So we'll count that, okay? We'll count that. So.
Well, again, anybody else want to say a few words? No? Okay, all right. Well, clerk, if you would please read the proclamation. And again, on behalf of the city of Fresno, we congratulate you on 100 years in our community.
In the 19th century, Greek immigrants began arriving in the Fresno area and over time created a close-knit community of families who over the years sought to establish a local Greek Orthodox church. And whereas the Greek Church of Fresno was founded May 5th, 1923, the Archdiocese in turn granted permission to establish the first Greek Orthodox church, incorporated on February 9th, 1924. The first divine took place on August 14th, 1924, conducted by Reverend Father Michael Mendelis, who was assigned as a priest by the Archdiocese. A small white stucco church on the Fresno west side was built and named St. George Greek Orthodox Church. And whereas the congregation integrated into Fresno multicultural fabric and traditions in the following century, making numerous achievements in founding organizations and customs. These included the Pascha Picnic, the award-winning annual Greek Festival, and local community outreach. Together, these efforts contributed significantly to the ongoing success of the Greek Orthodox Church. And whereas in 1955, the current church was constructed at 2219 North Orchard Street and took place in 1959 and was marked by a memorable visit by Archbishop Yakovos of the Greek Eastern Orthodox Church of America. And whereas the St. George Greek Orthodox Church celebrates its 100th anniversary in a year-long celebration in 2024. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council and City Manager Georgianne Ahamos White do hereby proclaim the 1st of February 2024 as St. George Greek Orthodox Church.
All right, up next, we have the proclamation for Sally Caglia. This is sponsored by Council Member Vice President Carbasi.
If we can have the family join us up here, please.
I don't know, we have room for the Caglias?
By the way, we got some fan mail for the family. So this is for Mr. Dick and Miss Lou Caglia. That to you? Yep. Great. So yes, we have some terrific proclamations today. This one's a bit of a somber one, but I want us to be happy because we are celebrating the life of a very special person. I was lucky to know her for only about 4.5 years, but the first moment I met her, she said, "You have to call me Aunt Sally." So we're lucky to have the family here. I want you to hear from people that have known her and been lucky to call her an actual aunt. But I just want to say thank you. I'm very confident she's looking down upon us and she's in a better place. But thank you, Aunt Sally, for everything you've done for this community. So I'm going to turn it over to Rich Caglia.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Most of the downtown business community always thought that my Aunt Sally was my mother, and I never corrected them. And I've received many messages, emails, flowers, text messages. Sorry for the loss of your mother. Sorry for the loss of your aunt. Sorry for the loss of your sister. Well, she was definitely my Aunt Sally. She was very much like my mother in many occasions, and she was definitely a friend, and she will be very missed in the family. And the most notable thing about my Aunt Sally is if you had a question about something, a lot of institutional knowledge about the family, of the history of the Warner's Theater, of my grandfather's collection as he went through the decades in Fresno, collecting Fresno memorabilia like the Mars Drive-In sign, like the cupola from the courthouse decades ago, things like that. She knows everything. We no longer have that patriarch-type woman in our life that has that history. So anyways, I just want to thank you. Keep it simple. I don't know if there's any member of my family that want to say anything at all.
Please.
Doing good.
This is her, this is her brother, my father, Dick, Rochelle. That's Tyler Maxwell. He's not a member of the family.
Would like to be.
He might be the next mayor. You never know. My cousin Julie, Sandy, my cousin Tim, and my brother Ryan. So on behalf of the family, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is an honor. It's kind of a bittersweet here, obviously, with the passing of Sally. But I want to just personally, how much she impacted my life, because I got to see her for many, many, many years throughout Fresno in my former position as a police chief, but also as the mayor. And one thing about Sally is that she always, well, number one, she would greet me and kiss me on the cheek. But she was always upbeat, always an encourager. I never saw her without a smile. And so she did. She brought light into a room. And really, that's the Caglia family, quite frankly, philanthropic family. The only family that I know that has won 3 Leon S. Peters Awards, and Sally got one of those. But it is a family that is philanthropic, a pillar, and Sally was really that person. And so so grateful to have that opportunity to know her, love her, miss her, and we love the Caglias in Fresno. So thank you very much. Clerk, Madam Clerk.
Please join me in adjourning in memory of lifelong Fresno resident and community fixture Sally Cagula. And whereas beginning at the age of 12, she began working at her father Frank Electric's motor shop in downtown Fresno. In high school, she and her brother Vince learned to manage and operate the Orange Avenue disposal. And by working alongside her father Frank and 2 brothers Dick and Vince, she eventually moved through all levels of business management to eventually become head of corporate development for all of the Caglia family businesses. And whereas Sally supported her community over the years, this included support of arts, fundraisers, and various community groups. And whereas in recognition of her tireless efforts in and around Fresno, she was awarded Fresno's Chamber of Commerce Leon Peters Award in 2023. And whereas her family considers her a role model for her and them and all of their employees, who all admire her dedication, work ethics, and commitment to the community and love of God. And whereas the Central Valley lost Sally Cagula on December 10th at age 76, Sally was a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, and aunt. She is survived by her large family, including her 4 children, 5 grandchildren, and 5 siblings. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council recognize the memory of Sally Cagula.
Okay, up next, we have the proclamation to recognize Consul Titular Adriana Gonzalez Carrillo. This is sponsored by Councilmember Arias and Esparza.
Buenos días o buenas tardes?
Buenos días.
Buenos días, ¿cómo están?
Todo bien.
You always have to check with the professional Spanish speakers if it's mornings or it's afternoons. Still morning today. Today we're here to recognize our consul from Mexico, Adriana Gonzalez Carrillo. Most of us know her as Adriana, but in her former role, she's actually our official Mexican representative that serves thousands and thousands of Mexican nationals here in the city of Fresno and the whole Central Valley. Hi, Council President, how are you? Adriana is originally from Mexico City, where she also received her undergraduate and graduate degrees, and she was a senator and a member of Congress for the Mexican government before being appointed in 2019 to serve as our consulate in the Central Valley here in the Fresno office, which happens to be in the north part of the city. One day we'll bring you back downtown. Sometime. But what the work that they do is extremely important. If you're a Mexican national, especially an undocumented immigrant in this country, this is the place where you get your services. This is who advocates for you, where you can get your passports, your birth certificates, to then transmit your legal status into this country and eventually become a citizen of this country. As a matter of fact, just about 2 months ago, I took my 11-year-old Diego to become a Mexican national. So he and I would now both have dual citizenship, and we have a right to live and vote in both the American and the Mexican elections. So, Consul, thank you for helping our family, and thank you for helping the thousands of families in the Central Valley.
It's been a pleasure getting to know you over the last, gosh, how long have you been here? 4 years, man. And I just personally want to say thank you for the work you're doing, not just for the community, but specifically for the LGBTQ community. And it's through opening up your arms to this segment of our community who historically has lived in fear, predominantly the Latino community within the LGBTQ community. And so your work here, the legacy you're going to leave in Fresno is going to continue to save lives. And so thank you for that. You will be missed, but you will always be welcomed here. So please come back.
Consul, as we were discussing outside the council chamber, I remember 4 years ago when we first sat down in my office, and from the get-go, from your arrival in this position, you were always very proactive and intent on helping our community. And over these years, you certainly have proven that with effort after effort after effort. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate you on a very successful tenure and wish you the best in your next chapter, wherever that might be.
Mexico City.
Mexico City, fantastic. Great choice.
Buenos días. Good morning, everyone. Gracias. I want to express my gratitude to Council Member Miguel Arias and Nelson Sparza and the City Council of Fresno for this proclamation. It's an honor as a head council of Mexico to be recognized for a work I have been proudly doing for the last 4 years. It's been since the year 1931 that the diplomatic representation of Mexico has witnessed the challenges and the great progress of the Mexican and Mexican-American community in the city and in the Central Valley. From this important tribune, I want to express the pride my government and personally me feel for all the Mexican and Mexican-American farm workers, food packers, and food drivers of the Central Valley of California. Their hard work is essential to understand the economic success of the state of California. Many of them came from indigenous communities and experienced more challenges. Nevertheless, they succeed. Also, we are proud to see every year the young Latinx first-generation students from Fresno State and the community colleges, and also from the high schools. They are the engine that will guarantee the Central Valley thriving and show that education is the most powerful energy for social mobility in these communities. They belong to this land, and this land belongs to them. I need to say to you, I'm excited to have the chance to speak at the Council of Fresno, at the City Council of Fresno, at the time when it is led by Analisa Perea, the first president, openly and proudly member of the LGBTQ+ community in the 5th city of California. Let me share with all of you what we observe from the Consulate of Mexico in Fresno. We clearly see the great future that will come for the city and for their community. Thank you, Fresno. Thank you, Nuri, Deputy Consul, for being my home for the last 4 years and to let me meet a lot of great friends that now are my family. Thank you again.
City Clerk? Yeah, so before the clerk reads the entire proclamation, I just want to say that on behalf of myself, Councilmember Arias, Council President, and the entire City Council, it is our pleasure to proclaim today as Consul Titular Adriana Gonzalez Carrillo Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you very much.
Whereas Adriana was born in Mexico City, Mexico. She was inspired to pursue a career in public service and earning a bachelor's degree in international relations from the Autonomous Technological Institute and master's degree in human rights and from the Latin American Facility of Social Science. And whereas Adriana has remained a lifelong learner, she has completed several prestigious postgraduate programs, including Georgetown University Leadership Seminar, Harvard Executive Program on Future Challenges in Mexico, Leadership Strategies and Performance, and the University of Notre Dame Summer Program Study of Western Institutions and other programs that have contributed to her successful career as a politician. And whereas she has served in several elected capacities representing the state of Mexico. During her time in Mexican legislature, she served as both a senator and congresswoman, focusing on crafting policies related to immigration, human rights, gender equality, and public health. She dedicated her time to strengthening international relations among the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And whereas Adriana has provided resources in financial literacy, education, and legal assistance to Mexican nationals and Mexican Americans in the Central Valley since 2019. During her tenure and in partnership with Fresno EOC, she was able to expand critical resources for LGBTQ plus Mexican nationals. And whereas she was consistently working to serve and protect the civil liberties of countless Mexicans and nationals who reside in California. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim February 1st, 2024 to be Consul Tutelar Adriana Gonzalez Carrello Day.
Our final proclamation is the proclamation for Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month, which is sponsored by Councilmember Maxwell.
Good morning, everybody. You guys can hear me now? Today, I have the ability to present to this group here behind me the Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month proclamation. It is a difficult proclamation to present every year, but absolutely necessary that we continue to bring awareness to this issue each and every single year. You've probably heard me say it up here before. I was with crime scene investigations with the Fresno Police Department for a short time. And when I went back and I looked at all the cases I had ever gone through crime scene investigations, about 1 in every 3 of the cases I was dispatched to was domestic violence related. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people in our community that continue to be taken advantage of, and unfortunately, some of those people are children. Fortunately, our community has a tremendous resource in the Marjorie Mason Center. Raise of hands, who here has heard of the Marjorie Mason Center? Most people I talk to have, because their work speaks for itself. They're in all parts of our community because domestic violence doesn't just affect women, it affects men, it affects children, people of all different socioeconomic statuses. They provide vital resources to folks who are already victims of domestic violence, but really they do a tremendous job in making sure that domestic violence never occurs in a relationship, because as soon as somebody becomes a victim of domestic violence, the chances of further harm or even homicide by that partner skyrocket. And so we have a great group of kids here. It could often be difficult for an adult to have that conversation with a child when that child is going through abuse. About 1 in 3 children in our community experience either some sort of physical or verbal abuse by the time they become an adult. And that leads them on all kinds of terrible paths towards truancy, suicide, and substance abuse. And so being able to have young folks go out and talk to them about their experience and offer help and resources is really, really invaluable. And so I just wanted to thank these folks here. They're known as the No More program. And this is the youth branch of the Marjorie Mason Center. And they go out to junior highs and high schools across the city of Fresno and a couple other school districts too, right? Really making a difference here in our community. And you'll hear from them in just a second, but I do want Chief Balderrama to give a few words about his experience in law enforcement dealing with domestic violence, and specifically how it relates to young people too. Chief.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you very much to this team here who truly cares a lot about our community. This is a topic that it is difficult to talk about, but I think the only way that we're going to make some headway is just through education. Domestic violence affects our community disproportionately, and that's something that needs to be addressed. And the Fresno Police Department partners with the Marjorie Mason Center to provide great services, but really they are the experts. You know, we respond to the calls, we investigate the crimes, but they are the ones that can help put these families back together. So we're very fortunate to have them in our community, and I know that the future is a little bit uncertain because there's always a need for funding, but we stand with you for providing this great resource, and I do want to advocate for just more education to our schools, to our young people, and to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'm Leticia Campos. I am the Chief Programs Officer with the Marjorie Mason Center. I'm going to, before I hand it off to my experts here, I just wanted to say a few words. First, thank you to Fresno City Council on just opening up their doors and allowing this day to be known. It has been said already here by these two. Domestic violence doesn't discriminate, and we say it doesn't discriminate, definitely doesn't discriminate against our young people. And so one of the things with DV is we know that it is unseen a lot of the times, but even more so with our youth. And I think it's important to put out there that in just last year, we just launched a domestic violence DV data dashboard. If you haven't seen it, go to our website. It's really awesome. But what was alarming to us is when we pulled the data from last year, over 200 cases involved teen dating violence. And so of the reported, right? I can't imagine of the underreported. And so we know that domestic violence is generational. We know that it is a learned behavior. And part of the Marjorie Mason Center's mission and vision and goals is to stop and prevent the cycle of abuse. And we know in order to do that, we got to get in front of these young people more. And we're up against some hard times. We're up against times where sometimes toxicity in relationships is idolized. A lot of stuff that's being put out there on social media and TV and such. So this group that I'm going to hand it off to really, really does some tremendous work, just getting in front of our youth and advocating and teaching them what healthy relationships are all about. So I'm going to hand it over to my program manager, and then we'll go down the row.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. My name's Jessica Saylor, and I am the manager of the Prevention and Education Department at the Marjorie Mason Center. So I have the privilege of talking to the young people. If I can encourage anyone that has a youth in their life, talk to them, create these open conversations, because they may be scared to come talk to an adult. So being that safe adult for them and giving them an opportunity to share what they're experiencing in these unhealthy relationships, but also modeling what healthy looks like, because they one day will be adults, as scary as that probably is for us, but they will be adults in an adult relationship, so we want them to know what healthy relationships look like and really allow them to experience those, because unhealthy relationship really it causes a lot of other issues down the road than just when they're in high school. It's a long-lasting effect on them. But I'm going to turn it over to our ambassadors, and they're going to share a little bit more about our program.
Good morning, Councilmember Maxwell, President Perea, and audience. My name is Jacob Varela. I am a student ambassador for the No More program at Bullard High School. The No More program is an education program that has the intent to educate the students on the red flags of dating violence and the components of a healthy relationship through peer engagement and interaction. And the No More program is active currently in 27 high schools, 11 middle schools across 7 school districts in Fresno County. And there are currently 2,000 active personnel helping to stop and teen dating violence.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Daniel Mosqueda. I am a student ambassador at the program at Design Science Middle College High School. February is a Teen Violence Dating Awareness Month throughout the month. No More peer educators will encourage their peers and their community members to participate in activities planned to raise awareness. We wear orange on February 6th to acknowledge teen dating violence in the month of February. This year, with the help of Valley Children's, Marjorie Mason Center was able to distribute over 2,500 orange T-shirts to students and staff affiliated with No More to help promote and bring awareness to Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month. At Design Science Middle College High School, we are spreading awareness throughout the month with engaging presentations, lunchtime games, and activities, all tied back to education and developing healthy relationships. Thank you for your support as a council in encouraging healthy relationships in order to make Fresno a safe and vibrant community for all. We appreciate your support. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to this tremendous group of folks here again, especially these youth. I'm proud of the work that we do on the city council, but there are some things that local government just can't do. You can make a law, you could change a law, but you can't necessarily change the hearts and minds of people in the community. That's where these folks come in. How many members did you say you had? 2,000 folks across our schools. Let's give them a big round of applause, folks. City Clerk, would you please read the proclamation into the record?
Yes. Whereas Marjorie Mason Center is a committed partner with Fresno County that provides a wide range of services to meet the complex needs of victims of abuse. The center also works to prevent domestic violence before it begins through advocacy and education. And whereas each February, the formal recognition of Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month is a time for the community to acknowledge and show their support for survivors and raise awareness about teen dating violence while promoting safe and healthy relationships. And whereas abuse can take many forms such as physical or sexual assault, stalking and controlling behavior, emotional abuse, harassment, resulting in an estimated of 1 in 3 U.S. teens being physically, emotionally, or verbally abused by a dating partner before they reach adulthood. And whereas survivors of teen dating violence has an increase of truancy, dropout, teen pregnancies, suicide, developing eating disorders, and engaging in other harmful behaviors, such as the use of alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. And whereas across Fresno County, compassionate and dedicated professionals working with middle school and high school have partnered with Marjorie Mason Center through the No More Peer Educator program to help prevent and end teen dating violence by supporting victims of abuse and increasing public understanding of and preventing the issue. Now therefore be it resolved that Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of February 2024 as Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month.
Okay, at this time, we're going to move on to council member reports and comments, and we're going to start with council member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just a reminder that we kicked off the first of 10 community meetings to get feedback from the public on how they would like us to renovate or revitalize existing community centers that are been determined to be in the worst condition. Those centers include Mary Ella Brown in West Fresno, Maxie Parks in West Fresno, Frank H. Ball in West Fresno, Ted C. Wells in Tower, and Mosqueda Center in Southeast Fresno. This is made possible through the passage of Measure P. So before we spend tens of millions of dollars fixing our community centers, we want to hear from the public on what types of programs and services they would like to see at these centers going forward, so we can build them for that purpose. Also, notice to the Tower community, we start tree trimming between Clinton, Weber, McKinley, and West neighborhoods soon. So there'll be a little bit of traffic rerouting to take place and asking folks to just be cautious on where they park on the street as we engage in the tree trimming. This neighborhood is the last neighborhood in Tower District that needed tree trimming. We've essentially completed West Fresno, Tower, and Low neighborhoods, and most of the Central Unified neighborhoods in District 3. And then a reminder that the Mardi Gras Parade will be Saturday at the 10th at 1 p.m. in the Tower District, so you're all welcome to participate in the Mardi Gras. And thank you again, City Manager, and to Public Works. As this rain is falling, they're doing a really good job of keeping the drains clear. We haven't received any complaints this year around flooding in neighborhoods, so I think it's a testament to our Public Works staff who are out there cleaning drains and operating the street sweepers correctly. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell.
Just a brief remark. I'm not sure if he's still in the audience or not anymore, but I did want to, again, congratulate Gary Carter. He's the new president of the Fresno Association of Realtors. I had the opportunity to go speak with them yesterday. A great group of folks. I came in city council at a time where our economy was doing very well. It is starting to slow down a little bit, but one reliable source of revenue that we're seeing continues to be property tax and property transfer tax. And that's thanks to the good work that our realtors do here in the Fresno community. So again, thank you to our local realtors for all the great work that they do. And again, congratulations, Gary. I think you're going to be a fantastic president going forward this year, and I wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Just a couple of brief remarks. Again, congratulations on the West Fresno Center at Fresno City College. Their ribbon cutting. The college obviously has been operational since the school year has started, but it was great to be there in partnership with all the different stakeholders, the trustees, the chancellor, to formally cut the ribbon and celebrate the opening of the long-awaited campus for the community. Also had the pleasure of attending the installation for the Association of Realtors, and congratulations to Gary again, as well as the installation for the new 2024 Chamber of Commerce board. So congratulations to those members and the new president as well. In terms of forthcoming events, we'll look forward to brunch this Sunday with our friends at St. George Greek Orthodox Church to celebrate the 100th anniversary that we got to celebrate here at City Hall today. No representatives. I'll be there eating myself. But thank you, Council President.
Council Vice President Carbasi. None? Okay. And just a few updates from District 1. I want to start by just giving a big shout out to our Public Works team. We recently just underwent a landscape revitalization project. This was on the median islands on West Avenue between Norwich and Shaw Avenues. So just thank you for the hard work that went into making that from both our Public Works and Public Utilities departments. And then again, I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues by congratulating the Fresno Chamber on the ribbon cutting of the remodeling of their new building, and to say congrats to their board for their installation ceremony, as well as the Fresno Association of Realtors. Congratulations to their new board as well. And then finally, congratulations on the West Fresno ribbon cutting ceremony. It was a long time waiting, and it's exciting to see those doors finally open to the residents of West Fresno. And congratulations to my colleague Miguel Arias for being one of the grand marshals for the Mardi Gras parade.
Thank you for this.
All right, is the mayor here? Would the mayor like to provide comments? No? Okay, city manager, the floor is yours. No comments today. City clerk, do we have anything to report?
Yes, we'd like to announce that we have a Tower District Design Review Committee on February 6th at 5 p.m. That is going to be in person and electronic, located in City Hall, room 2165. In the conference room A. And then we have a City Council District 4 Project Review Committee on February 1st. That's today at 5:30 p.m. And that is going to be in City Hall in room 2165A as well. Those are all of our announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Attorney, anything to report?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. Yesterday, a Superior Court judge tentatively granted an injunction prohibiting park closure at La Hacienda Mobile Home Park without first obtaining city approval, thus siding with tenants and the City of Fresno's legal positions. Again, this is just a tentative ruling. I will notify council when a final order is adopted. Next, the City Attorney's Office Code Enforcement Division continues to partner with Fresno PD and state agencies to investigate illegal operations in smoke shops and other businesses within the City of Fresno. Last week, our teams discovered an illegal narcotics operation inside a private golf club. This is a reminder that these operations are occurring in all areas of the city. Chief Balderam and I continue to communicate regularly, and I think our teams are working well together. I know that this is a sentiment that he has shared too. Lastly, just a friendly reminder to all campaigns operating within the City of Fresno that signage should not be placed in the public right-of-way, which includes medians, public sidewalks, and utility poles. Doing so is a violation of the municipal code and can create driving hazards. Thank you to those who are running for office who are complying with these regulations.
Thank you, City Attorney. Up next, just as a reminder, our 10 a.m. scheduled hearing was postponed to the February 22nd meeting. Up next, we have our 10:03 scheduled appearance by Patricia Gregory. Is Patricia here with us? Is Patricia on Zoom by chance?
No, she's not on Zoom.
Okay. At this time, we're going to move to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to register a no vote, an abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Councilmember Arias? No. Councilmember Maxwell? No. Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Bredefield?
You're not talking contested, right?
Just consent.
Okay. No.
Councilmember Esparza? No. Vice President Carbasi?
No.
And I have none as well. We are now going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items. If you are here to make public comment on unscheduled communications or on a closed session item, we will be taking the public comment on those items later in the meeting. At this time, would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or on a contested consent item? If so, each speaker has 3 minutes. And as a reminder, you are to direct all public comment to the council president. Up first, I have Alejandro Peña wishing to speak on item 2BB. Alejandro, are you with us still? All right, David Rivas requesting to speak on item 2BB. Are you Alejandro?
Council President, I just want to make another announcement. In case everyone wasn't here, we do have some translators as well in the back if you need one.
Do we have a translator for him, or should I translate? We'll bring somebody.
Yes, our translator is coming up right now. Thank you.
Are you Alejandro?
¿Eres Alejandro? Sí, soy Alejandro. Ok, Alejandro, nada más te pido que hables en oraciones cortas, yo te voy a interpretar. Hablas tú, luego yo. Ok, ¿te presentas?
Mi nombre es Alejandro Peña Molina.
And just as a reminder, you have 6 minutes because of the translation.
Tienes 6 minutos porque va a usar la intérprete para poder hablar. Ok, preséntese de nuevo.
Mi nombre es Alejandro Peña Molina.
My name is Alejandro Peña Morina.
Y ya se me olvidó.
Sorry, I forgot.
Sí, sí. Y pues vengo a hablar de lo que me deben.
I'm here to talk about what I'm owed.
Y fueron 5 semanas las que me salieron debiendo en un trabajo.
And it was 5 weeks that I didn't get paid for a job I did.
Y pues sí me afectó porque tenía que pagar renta, biles de luz, agua y todo.
And it did affect me because I had to pay my rent, my bills for electricity, water, everything.
Pues es todo lo que tengo que decir.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Up next, David Rivas, wishing to speak on item 2BB.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Council President. My name is David Rivas. I'm the Senior Field Rep from the Carpenters Union. I represent approximately 38,000 carpenter members in Northern California and approximately 2,000.
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
Feels like I'm giving a COVID test right here. So, my name is Dave Rivas. I'm the Senior Field Rep from the Carpenters Union. I represent about 38,000 members in Northern California. About 2,000 live right here in the Fresno area. And we're coming here today to express our support for the ordinance to use AB 594. We believe strongly this is a great tool. As you know, wage theft is called many names. It could be called wage theft, it could be called underground economy, lost pay, stolen pay, tax fraud, whatever you call it, it is a plague that is killing our families. And it's killing our honest contractors. Whether they're union or non-union, they face the same competitor who has a 30% advantage because they're knowingly and willingly cheating. That is a huge problem in this industry. Excuse me. Wage theft affects everyone, not just the victim. The wage theft also affects us, me, you, everyone on this diocese behind me, because we're holding the bag to make up those taxes that are not paid on those wages. Those wages are what pays for our city council, what pays for our police stations, our officers that staff those stations, fire stations, roads that are bad in disrepair. All those wages that are stolen are missed tax opportunities, and we're letting them go down the drain. It has been estimated at $8.4 billion in tax revenue has lost due to wage theft. So our team at the Carpenters Union, we spend countless hours helping non-represented workers recover their wages that they're rightfully owed. But unfortunately, we're stacked against a system that is under budget, understaffed, and quite frankly, broken. And that is the problem right there, where I feel like this will be a tool. Any tradesperson, man or woman, knows that you have to have the right tools in place in order to get the job done. So we really, really strongly support that you guys pass this resolution, 594, utilize it as just something where we can have in our back pocket when we need it, when the system has failed us. Thank you for your time. We approve.
Thank you, David. Up next, we have Steve Alcoron. Steve, are you with us? There you are. Steve will be speaking on item 2BB. Good morning, Steve. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Good morning, Council. My name is Steve Alarcon. I'm the business representative for the sheet metal workers here in Fresno, Local 104. I just want to thank Council for proposing this item. We are strongly in support. And David, I mean, you gave a lot of great some good numbers as to why this item is so important. And I will say this to the opposition: if you're doing things with integrity, there should be nothing to oppose. So we are in support of this item. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next is Cody McDougall. Cody will be speaking on item 2BB.
Hi, good morning. My name is Cody McDougall. I'm also with the Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104. I am a business organizer and a compliance officer, and this is a huge problem, and my days are mainly filled with compliance-related issues, misclassification, wage theft, and this is something that happens every day. In fact, after the press conference, I went to a job site, and sure enough, I see a wage violation that I would file a case with the Department of Labor, the Department of Industrial Relations, and because it was a lower level, it probably would never been picked up. And this gentleman probably would never see any resolution whatsoever. So that goes to show you, just like these two gentlemen before me said, and the other guy before them, this happens every single day, and they are bogged down at the state. They don't look at all the cases, and it happens locally, and it happens across the state. So I am definitely for this, and it would do Fresno, the city of Fresno, a great deed. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Genaro Barzuro. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
This will be on item 2BB, and because we have translation, you will have 6 minutes.
Sí, buenos días. Soy Genaro Basurto.
Good morning, my name is Genaro Basurto.
Somos 4 hermanos, los 4 trabajamos juntos.
We are 4 brothers and we work together.
Los 4 trabajamos en el mismo proyecto de escolar.
We all of us worked in the same project.
Y a algunos se lo dieron 3 semanas, a otros 4 semanas, no nos pagaron. Estamos hablando del 2018.
And some of us didn't get paid for 3 weeks, some of us didn't get paid for 4 weeks, and we're talking from the year 2018.
Estamos hablando de $40,000 más o menos.
We're talking about $40,000 more or less.
Fuimos al Labor Commission en Bakersfield y no nos resolvieron nada.
We went to labor commissions in Bakersfield and nothing got resolved.
Y ya estamos hablando ya como unos 5 años de mes y ya no sé qué está pasando con eso y pues a uno le afecta pues todo esto.
And we're talking about 5 years, and I don't know what's going on, and all of this affects us.
Y es todo.
And that is all.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
Up next, we have Sue Williams. She wishes to speak on item 2K.
Good morning, Council. I wasn't planning on being here today, and I certainly didn't want to speak, because it's difficult on being this side of the dais, because sometimes you feel like somebody's not listening, they don't care, and they've already made up their minds. But after reading the declaration for the injunction for the renaming of these 3 streets, California Ventura and California Avenue, I felt like I had to get up and speak for them and the 3,150 people that have not been noticed about this street name change to date. People like Bill Shadigian of the Fresno Armenian Apostolic Church on Ventura Avenue, located in the heart of Armenian Town. It's been there since 1914. It is on the National Historic Register. It's the home of William Soroyan and all those Armenians that were persecuted in 1914. And it means something to them. Gary McGuire of McGuire Chevron on Ventura, or Griselda de Alba of Los Panchos, who wrote, Kings Canyon is who we are as a business, our identity and location sets us apart from downtown. Joe Andrade of Azteca Tires, and Mark Sharin of Ventura TV. His business is named after Ventura. Roger Simonian, whose family home fronts Kings Canyon, he states, these streets belong to Fresno and are part of our history. Or Debbie Darden, who feels like the politicians in Fresno do not care about the West Side. And Sarah Pillabos, I know she's here today to talk on behalf of her clients, her 29 business owners who live in the Canyon Shopping Center. There are more declarations, but all of the testimonies have 2 things in common. Nobody was asked how they felt about the name change, and to date, nobody has been noticed by the city of Fresno about the name change. To many who call these streets home, this is about their history, their place in time. For some, it's the only place they were allowed to call home because of redlining. And for a city who touts diversity and inclusion and more recently transparency, this action clearly speaks louder than those words. At the very least, this body owes its constituents the courtesy to postpone this decision until after the lawsuit has been filed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sue. I just got one more card for item 2BB. This is from Danny Wright. Danny, good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. And thank you, Council, for bringing this important issue to light and bringing it home where we can fight this here in Fresno and maybe get some resolution to some of these problems. All of the trades are no stranger to the wage theft violations that are going on in our city, in our county, in our state. We have multiple instances across the board, whether it be a worker working 50 or 60 hours on a project, but his paychecks reflects 16 hours or 17 hours or 20. This is another form of what is going on out there. It's rampant. It is meant to take care of the bad players, the ones that use this as a business model. And I full-heartedly support the council for what you're going through right now and what you're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Up next, we have Kristen Pear. Kristen will be speaking on item 2BB. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Pear. I work for NorCal Construction Industry Compliance, and I investigate various compliance issues on public works construction projects. That includes wage theft, misclassification, unsafe practices, things like that. I can't tell you how many investigations I've done over the last 2.5 years regarding wage theft and misclassification, meaning underpayment of wages. That said, I just feel like it's very important that everyone understands how important this issue is, because as these four brothers stated, they did go to the wage commissioner's office, the labor commissioner. And unfortunately, not many people know that when you go to the state with an issue like this, there's an 18-month statute of limitations. The city attorney does not have that same limitation. So these men who have wages from 2018 that have not been provided to them, that have not been given to them, that they worked for, you have the opportunity to help them when the state does not. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Up next, we have Debbie Christian. Debbie Christian. Debbie will be speaking on item 2K. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I just wanted to let you know that this is not a place I really wanted to be this morning. I'd rather be at home playing with my animals. But it's because there's an issue here that needs to be addressed, and it's been addressed, but nobody's really listened to it. When you honoring Cesar Chavez is the issue I'm talking about. When you go to honor anything or anybody, you need to do that in a sensible way. Okay, if you pick A, which would be a beautiful statue with his life description in it, you put it in a public park, or you put it somewhere where even people who don't agree don't need to, it doesn't affect them. And the people that agree can go there and honor that particular person. When you do what you've been doing and done, you have disrupted people's lives. You've put a financial burden on them. You've put a mental anguish burden on them by having to change everything in their life that has something to do with their address. You've taken away the historical value of streets that have been here forever. Why would you do that? Why would you not take a sensible way which would actually go to honor that man still? And then you waste taxpayers' money that can be spent someplace different. I don't get it. And I don't understand why you're doing this, and I don't understand why all of you, except for Gary Bredefield, get the fact that there's common sense involved in this. And I think that you're not doing service to the people that you represent, because you don't have to change your addresses. You don't have to go to call the Social Security, whatever they are. You don't have to do that. That is so frustrating and so time-consuming that you can do your honoring in a much more sensible way, but you choose not to do that. And you choose to waste money and waste our time to have to go through what we have to go through to stop the process. But it's a fight, and that's why I came. And I'm going to joyfully leave and go play with my animals, because I'm disgusted with what you decided to do.
Thank you, Debbie. Up next, we have Sarah Pilibos. Sarah Pilibos. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here today representing our company, which is named Stephen Investments. We're a property owner of commercial properties throughout the city, all in the city of Fresno. One of our properties is a shopping center of approximately 203,000 square feet, fully occupied and not fully developed. We have tenants that have businesses that have been there from virtually every nationality and every continent, many of whom do not speak English, but operate their businesses successfully. On the agenda, pardon me, on the agenda is item number ID 24117, which is to approve later today the purchase of signs for the renaming of one of the streets that is to be changed from, in our property's case, it's Kings Canyon Road to Cesar Chavez Boulevard. This has already been approved in terms of commencement. There is a lawsuit that has just recently filed an injunction to stop the process until the case to retard this event or to alter it is heard. For that reason, I am here to express my opinion that it would be prudent on the council's part to withhold the distribution and the allocation of funds that will equal approximately $300,000 for the purchase of signs, street signs specifically, not for properties, but for the streets that would include ours, and for the purchase and for the investment into a construction contract with Croker, which I'm assuming is going to be for the demolition costs of removing the signs. That's what Croker does. We do business with them as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is BT Lewis. Is BT with us right now? All right, up next we have Bob Mitchell, wishing to speak on item 2K. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Bob Mitchell, Golden West Side Planning Committee, West Fresno. I, like those who you have already heard, am opposed to the decision or the actions that you're taking on the renaming of the 3 streets within Fresno. When one thinks about the city of Fresno, and I will speak specifically to California Street because I'm a West Fresnan, and that street is a major arterial in our community. You have to think about the history of a community, the history of the city, and the people who reside within that community. We were not at any time informed or advised that our street was going to be renamed. The history of our community is we made West Fresno along with other residents. In short, we were told, our ancestors, our forefathers, that that was the place for people who look like me to reside. There were restrictions placed within the city of Fresno that prevented people like me from living where some of you now live. But we made West Fresno something out of nothing. That became our area of our commerce. Along California Street, we had African-American commerce. Ted's TV, the Triangle Cafe, Service Station, Edison Barbershop, the Tiger Den, and there were other individuals from our community who were not African Americans who had businesses. There were Asians, Italians, and Germans. But the street remained the same throughout our history. Now, because, and I will hopefully quote our district representative correctly in this very chamber, he stated one of the reasons for the changing of California Street is because now predominantly those who perform the essential work live on California Street. Well, we called them the projects at the time, and they were occupied primarily by African Americans. There were others who lived in there, but they were primarily occupied by African Americans. Also, I will note that one of the largest labor contractors at that time period was an African American, Mr. Turney. T.J. Turney. He had approximately 35 buses that carried all of us to the fields to do what is now termed essential work. We called it farm labor. And on those buses were both African Americans, Hispanics, and others. But we were all out there doing the same thing. Demographics should not be the key issue of changing a street name. There's a history with every street that a family lives on. And California has our history. And I would ask that you gentlemen and ladies, rethink this process. It was not transparent, and we had no
Thank you very much.
opportunity to involve
Thank you
ourselves
very
as
much,
a
Mr.
community
Mitchell.
within it. Thank you, Madam President.
Up next, we have Debbie Darden. Who will be speaking on item 2K. You have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, City Council. Debbie Darden, Chair for the Golden West Side Planning Committee, also BAPAC, Black American Political Association of California. I'm just piggybacking on my colleague in regards to the opposition of the street name change, especially California. Just as he stated, there's history there in regards to those who were born there, who migrated there. And one thing that it goes even further back, it goes back to slavery. Black slaves migrated and came with their slave masters to California. That's how significant the street California in West Fresno is to us. One of the things I did have is I had a conversation with our city councilman, Arias, and we've had many conversations. Some we agree, some we disagree, which is okay. But I also posed the downtown Fulton Street, and primarily because many of the activities and events that take place downtown is within the Hispanic culture. There's been several events there, and many of you have participated in those events. Fulton runs all the way going south of Ventura, all the way, it runs right into, and it does pass that up also, but it runs into the Cesar Chavez Adult School, which has a beautiful mural of this leader on that campus. I had posed that, I was told that that was a historical street. But when you say that, it's the same as saying California is a historical street. But you're overlooking it. And to want those particular streets, all three of those for that stretch, there's something behind that. And it's not behind because you value that leader. I've learned about Cesar Chavez in elementary school. I've learned about other cultures in elementary school on up. It's a beautiful thing to have those leaders. But to erase someone else's history for your own is just stealing from that other culture's history. And that's something you have to take in consideration. To ask yourself, even going into other cities. You guys, we just awarded those young ladies for things going on in Mexico as far as here. But we wouldn't want to go to Mexico and go to some of their streets and ask you to rename those streets for our own culture. They have reasons why their streets are named that. So take that in consideration, is that there is history, and when it has that, and that history is there, you don't steal one's culture history for your own. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Paul Jamushian. Paul will be speaking on item 2K. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I think my discussion is about changing the street. It's not and should not be whether or not we're honoring Cesar Chavez. Frankly, what he's done should be honored, and I think has been. I don't think there's any place in California that doesn't know Cesar Chavez. And I don't think changing the street name should be a reflection of that. It should be changing the street, because that's what it is. I attend the Holy Trinity Armenian Church, which is on that street. I've attended that church since I was a kid in 1942. And that street name has been that. That used to be known as Little Armenia. And I think to change it is simply inappropriate. Again, it's not a reflection of honoring somebody who deserves to be honored. It's a reflection of changing streets. We have over 1,000 families that receive flyers every week saying, here's what's going on in our community and in our church. That's a big change to make to do this. I think the cost of the change hasn't been considered fully, and I think just that people are here should question whether or not this had been put out to the community for comment. I think that's wanting. I don't think a good job was done asking people on the change. So I think that should be taken into consideration, and I don't think the change should be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Up next, I have Michael N. Lewis. Ms. Lewis will be speaking on item 2K. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I took a little delay. I had to get Mr. Mitchell to hold my purse because I wanted free hands today. Happy Black History Month. And I'm glad you did acknowledge that earlier. I was listening before I came in. I heard Councilmember Esparza talk about looking long and hard for somebody to acknowledge, and that was the Arts Council, the arts people, because this is the theme. I thought about it because he should have said, had to look long and hard, because there's very few black folks being seen here in the city, starting right here in City Hall. Hardly anybody here is African American that works here, and I think that's a disgrace, so we need to start trying to rectify that. As far as the Cesar Chavez name is concerned, in relation to Black history, you are now wiping out Black history again. You are taking away from the people who created Southwest Fresno, put it on the map in very positive terms. I've spoken before about the number of athletes, government people, people who have represented Southwest Fresno and the city of Fresno throughout the history. We have Olympians who have been from Southwest Fresno, and you're going to wipe all of that out. So I would like you to consider the fact that this is Black History Month, and why would you do something like that? Why would you wipe out somebody like William Saroyan, who also put Fresno on the map? This is really a disgrace, and I don't really understand why you guys haven't decided to listen to what the people are saying. We wouldn't be here. There wouldn't be a lawsuit coming up if we were in favor of this whole thing that's going on, this project. It's a shame that you all have ignored it all this time, and that you continue to ignore it. I just really want you to think about it, understand it, and realize when you say Black History Month, Armenian History Month, anybody's History Month, what you're going to be doing. You're going to be wiping us out. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Fernando Elizondo Sr., who wishes to speak on item 2BB. And as a reminder, if anyone would like to speak on an item on contested consent or consent, to go ahead and fill out a yellow card at this time and bring it to the front. I do have a stack of other members of the public who wish to speak. Your cards will be called upon during unscheduled communication. Good morning. You have 3 minutes on item 2BB.
Peace be with you. The Lord is my strength and my defense. I see a lot of animosity here. Systemic racism, even on item B, A, B, whatever that was. When I signed the card, I put open so I could talk to any subject.
This is to be focused on 2BB.
It doesn't say specifically.
Mr. Elizondo, out of respect, when I sat and talk with you, please keep it to 2BB.
But anyway,
please.
This is America, democracy, freedom of speech. You guys are acting like dictators. Sorry to say that, but anyway, on the wages, I believe you should always start at the top. You guys talk about wages being stolen and so on and so forth. You guys, well, Annalisa, for instance, you're getting $113,000 a year. That's your wage. I looked up the public information, okay? I do my research. I'm an inspector. That's why I do inspect. I looked up the police officers. They make $96,000 and they're putting their life on the line. Now, if that's not robbery, what is, okay? I was in Vietnam. I was getting $62.50 a month to get shot at to defend this country. Now I come over here, I can't even talk. Democracy is out the door. We are undermined by communism, dictatorship. It's all happening right here in Fresno. And you guys are being part of it, because how can you say you're leaders if you don't lead by example? Man, that was a fast 3 minutes. Anyway.
You have 1 more minute.
The thing about it is, people need to change their attitudes, not change the streets, change their attitudes towards one another. Do unto others as you would like them to do unto you. Nobody complains when they said Martin Luther King Road, but anything that a Mexican, a person of poverty, it's always a negative. Why? Because systemic racism is in its hardcore motion right now. Methodically, it's been all thought out to keep us fighting among each other. They will eventually phase out. But the Lord is here, and He's going to make sure that this type of government goes under. It's already happening. Amen.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move to public comment on Zoom. As a reminder, we are taking public comment only on contested consent as well as consent items. So as your name is called, please first identify the item you wish to speak on.
First up, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Annalise. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, first let me do my whole spiel of everything I need to talk about, because I'm still having problems with the city and my race.
Lisa, can you identify the agenda number you're speaking on? If not, then we will get to you during unscheduled communication.
I want to talk about the labor thing.
That's item 2BB, wage theft. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Yesterday I called City Hall to find out some more about wage theft, because you guys know I can't really read that much on the internet. Called your office, you turned me over to Maxwell's office. Called Maxwell's office, they called me back late in the afternoon, and I still don't understand everything that's going on, and I'm looking forward to finding out some more information, because I don't, unfortunately, I'm sad that the state of California does not have enough staffing to adequately employ people in the labor department to handle all these cases. But the reality is, does Fresno have the capability to do really much of anything? I'm very concerned about the individuals that would be using this and actually getting redress from the city. As we can see, even today, there are problems with communication styles within the city of Fresno to actually get a positive resolution to where it's a win-win to everybody involved. And also too, I wonder about how are you going to mitigate both federal labor standards and labor laws, and how this what is before you is going to be affected. But I don't know, because nobody could give me any sort of information from Maxwell's office, so there you go. But I would like to come back later, because I have some other things I would like to talk about as well. Thank you.
Next up, we have Miss 5250.
Hello?
Good morning. Please identify the agenda item you wish to speak on prior to commencing.
I would like to speak on the wage theft and also the Cesar Chavez thing.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Well, it's 2 subjects, so shouldn't I have 6?
You have 3 minutes.
Okay. I agree with what Lisa just said. There is no information on the internet as to where and why and how this item got on the agenda. I do agree that it is a problem, but that the city take it on. I don't know how that's going to work. Enforcement and all that. We have a lot on our plate already. You know, possibly helping them with their communications or something. You know, I don't know what, but there is not enough information, and you never know why, who came to Maxwell with this, why. You know, we don't get to see any of the background information on the agenda. None of that stuff is attached. You know, we get this proclamation that that's all that there is online about this, on the agenda anyway, that the agenda links to. I would like to shout out thanks that the water is working at the dog park now. As to the Cesar Chavez, that doesn't really affect me whatsoever. I'm in the tower. But reading about it, you know, it's been on the books for so long. I mean, what was it, like 27 years or something? What is stemming this now? I do agree, and especially when you guys know that there's loss coming. So you people pass and are just deliberately, knowingly, with forethought, wasting tax dollars. And the inconvenience and the historical ramifications, and there's obviously people that do not want this. I've started a YouTube channel, Miss 5250, Crazy for Justice, about my dealings with the city of Fresno and how backwards so much of this stuff is. Tyler Maxwell up there, you know, he worked for Jerry Dyer. He used to work for Jerry Dyer. He didn't say that when he was running for office, did he? He wasn't all proud about that then. And you guys, domestic violence, you guys just gave Marjorie Mason this thing for? There is a higher rate of domestic violence for police officers, not firemen, you know, not police officers have a higher rate. So, and I had a friend who was married to a police officer in Denver, and she had nowhere to go. Can police officers' wives that are getting abused go to Marjorie Mason? I doubt it.
Thank you very much.
I seriously doubt it.
Next up, we have B.T. Lewis.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Greetings to our new City Council President, Councilwoman Perea, Vice President Kabasi, and all of our esteemed City Council members and all who sit on the dais today. I'd like to take a few minutes today to encourage you to not move forward with the contract to develop signs for the renaming of California Ventura and Kings Canyon Avenues. We have failed as a city to engage our communities adequately in listening to their voice. We have violated the public trust of our community. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm speaking to 2K. I guess that's obvious by now. We have not adequately considered the cost. Just a minute. We have not adequately considered the cost and burden to taxpayers and community members and business owners. We should have considered more alternatives like P Street that runs in front of City Hall and then in front of Cesar Chavez Adult School. There was no consideration given to the significance and importance of existing street names, and then the transparency was lacking in this process. So again, we are asking that our City Council pull back this resolution and reconsider moving forward in a different way. Number two, adopt a sharing an open process for renaming streets and give the community a meaningful opportunity to participate in the process, and then develop a committee and community engagement process that includes and represents the diversity of all of our communities and receive those recommendations. Renaming these streets is contrary to the spirit of recognizing and appreciating diversity in our community. Please do not approve the related contract you have before you today and reconsider your decision to rename California Ventura and Kings Canyons Avenue. Respectfully, thank you so much.
There are no more speakers online.
Thank you. Okay, so at this time, that concludes the public comment portion on consent and contested consent items. Council, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Got a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Okay, we're going to move on to contested consent items. As items are called, we will first go to the council member who pulled the item, then refer to staff as necessary. As a reminder, we have already taken public comment on these items. Up first, I'm going to jump to item 2BB, which was pulled by Council Member Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President, and good morning to everybody. Today I'm proud to introduce legislation for my colleagues' consideration that would create a special unit in our City Attorney's Office to prosecute wage theft here in the City of Fresno. Wage theft can take many different forms, from not paying an employee minimum wage, not providing required breaks or lunches, not paying overtime when keeping employees over hours. The list goes on and on. But regardless of the form that it takes, wage theft is always a crime against hardworking Fresno families. Unfortunately, the current system of filing wage theft complaints with an underfunded and overburdened state agency is broken and leaves hundreds, if not thousands, of employees without the justice they deserve each and every single year. What my policy proposes is simple. If the State Labor Commissioner is unable to take our local wage theft cases, we'll prosecute them ourselves. We will not actively seek new cases, but we will make it easier for folks that would like to make a complaint to do so, and alleviating the state burden. We will not be coming after small mom and pop shops who make honest mistakes. We will use those as educational moments for those folks. Who we will be coming after are the Bitwises of the world, the cheesecake factories of the world, who lie and cheat their honest employees out of their hard-earned money. Many of those employees, mind you, are on record noting the difficulty of navigating the state system and have not been successful in getting their money back. We will only be moving forward on cases we feel are egregious and clear and evident examples of wage theft. I truly believe that this policy benefits honest businesses just as much as it benefits employees. It's not fair for honest businesses who pay their employees a fair wage and give them required breaks and meals and lunches to have to compete against businesses who undermine the system by not paying their employees what they're owed. I'm sincere in my desire to work with folks from the labor chamber and the business sector going forward as we craft this process to ensure it's fair, efficient, and responsible for everybody involved. I took this job on the Fresno City Council for the purpose of making lives better for working class families, not just in my district, but the entire city of Fresno, and I know this policy will do just that. I took this job to help people being taken advantage of in our community that might not often have the voice to speak up for themselves. Our local economy relies on the financial success of our middle class and working class families, and when they get taken advantage of, it's not just them that's affected, but it's all of us who call Fresno our home. The well-being and financial success of our working class families must continue to be a top priority for the city. Wage theft can no longer be that issue that continues to get swept under the rug or allowed to fall through the cracks of a broken system. Bad actors should be held to account, and folks that are suffering from wage theft should get the relief that they deserve. It's with that I proudly make a motion in support of this item. And at this time, I would like to hear from my colleagues before we move forward on a vote. I'll open up the floor at this time.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. I have Councilmember Arias punched up.
Thank you, Council President. I've read the item and I wanted to spend some time sharing some of the concerns that have been raised since the item was made public. As the council member who's sponsoring this item noted, we're all here to do a very specific job, and that at times includes setting up programming and supports that are ineffective in other jurisdictions. I'd like to know for the record that the Fresno County District Attorney's Office also has a wage theft unit. And so it's been in existence for quite some time. I don't believe that they've effectively taken on wage theft in our community, or if they would have, we wouldn't see workers who have not been paid for weeks and weeks on end, waiting years in line for the state labor board to take action. I want to specifically identify the objection by the Fresno Chamber of Commerce. Frankly, I think they should be ashamed of their position in objecting to workers being paid and thieves being held accountable. Not only have they objected to this proposal, but they've engaged in political threats against members of this body for doing our basic job. The same Chamber of Commerce has lobbied this body to hold individuals responsible for a $25 pizza or stealing iPhones or Cadillac converters. Rightfully so, this body has authorized us holding those individuals accountable. We've launched a task force to engage in retail theft to hold those individuals accountable. Yet, when a company or a person steals 5 weeks of wages from a worker that doesn't speak English or can't afford an attorney, that same Chamber of Commerce is lobbying against holding those thieves accountable and engage in political threats against this body and retaliation if we move forward with establishing the same unit that the County of Fresno has had for years in holding companies accountable for not paying their workers. The only difference I see in those that the Chamber wants to hold accountable versus those that they want us to silently do nothing about is that the groups who steal people's wages might pay their membership fees. They may wear suits. They may be part of the exclusive club, and they're not people of color. This 129-year organization across the street still continues to operate as if this was the 1940s and want us to continue to hold and carry the water for corporate interest at the expense of workers. And it's one thing to suggest changes to public policy that might strengthen it. It's one thing to suggest that we don't have the full scope of the problem. It's another thing for them to threaten and attempt to completely eliminate good public policy. So since their threats have been public, their opposition has been public, I feel compelled to be very public about who is opposing this legislation. They include folks from Citizens Bank, the Fresno Grizzlies, our friends at Me and Ed's, Fresno First Bank, the California Fruit Association, Evans HR Group, Precision Engineering, Lance Cash and Company, Fresno Acura, Wawona Frozen Foods, KC24 and CBS 47, DS Financial Services, PG&E, Scrub Can, Roca Ranches, Fresno Economic Development Corporation, Alerta-Lite, the Core Business Interior, Noble Credit Union, Cumulus Media, Bank of America, the California Cannabis Company, Daryl's Mini Storage, Jeffrey Scott Agency, Guile Enterprises, Total Concepts, and the Community Medical Centers. These are all folks on the board of directors of the Chamber of Commerce who have authorized or sat silently while their Chamber of Commerce, where they pay dues to, are opposing us doing the right thing, which is making sure that workers get paid. And when they're not paid, that those employers are held accountable. Instead, they would have us sit here with our hands on our laps, waiting for a system that's broken to respond. That system has been beneficial to their interest. And I don't say this lightly, but I want to be very clear. During the pandemic, the city of Fresno protected workers. The Chamber of Commerce stood silently as thousands of workers were infected and died because food lines, distribution lines, poultry lines were tripled in capacity. This city, in my view, will continue to protect workers And those who oppose such accountability for their own personal financial interests can go pound sand.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So I do believe this policy is coming from a very good place, and I thank the council member for bringing this forward. You can remember the reaction that Councilmember Esparza and I had, the very strong reaction and the action we took regarding Bitwise and its treatment of its employees that were aggrieved and its treatment of this city. We also live in a state, though, where policies have been passed in Sacramento that have really created consequences even for the most honest employers and businesses out there. PAGA is a prime example. That is a piece of legislation that was passed that basically reduces the compensation to employees that are legitimately aggrieved, really raises the costs to businesses because they have all these legal fees, and it enriches out-of-state attorneys. Therefore, I can understand the hesitation of our local business community towards this policy. But after reviewing the policy, meeting with the city attorney, hearing the testimony today, and I really want to say I thank you for being here, Alejandro and Steve, and Alejandro and David and Danny and everyone that was here. It does make a difference that you come down here to be heard today. But also reviewing the letters that were sent to me, it's clear to me that this new policy is only meant to target the most egregious offenders, the businesses that do take true advantage of the hardworking people of this city. It is not meant to target local mom and pop shops or small businesses. I believe that in time, we're going to be able to prove that to the business community. One other benefit is it also localizes this process here in Fresno rather than leaving it in the hands of Sacramento, which I think makes a difference, a positive difference. But this is change. This is a new power for our city attorney's office, and it has left some people uncomfortable. Therefore, I'm going to make a motion that I hope will put these folks at ease, but also give us enough time to earn the trust of our honest stakeholders. And that motion is, I make a motion to amend the resolution to add a sunset date of July 1st, 2026, thereby requiring the city attorney to seek reauthorization from the city council prior to that date. Furthermore, the resolution only applies if the crime occurs in the city of Fresno. Would you accept that, council member?
I believe very strongly in this program, Councilmember Carbasi. I'm confident about the success it will have, and so I have no hesitation. The current language already has a sunset provision in it. I would be open to your amendment because I believe this will be successful. I think the results will speak for itself, and I'd be open to that.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And I actually, I do have the same confidence you have, and I really believe that when this comes back in 2026, we're going to have people in the business community out here to talk in favor of it because they're going to see we're not targeting the honest people out there. We're targeting the ones that clearly don't care about their employees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Councilmember Butterfield up next.
Yeah. So, first of all, I want to emphasize, I guess, that part of the reason why you're wanting to do this is because the state agencies are overwhelmed, perhaps understaffed, and what we heard from people who came before us, they're not able to get these issues resolved in any kind of meaningful or quick manner. And I'm asking you as the sponsor, I can also ask the city attorney as well. But
no, that's exactly correct. I've talked to quite a few folks in our community who have sought to recoup their lost wages. And I've heard from folks, including folks that used to work at Bitwise. We've all heard that story. It was tragic, and even a lot of those folks are having a hard time navigating the state system. They're not very well funded. They have tens of thousands of cases that come through every year. And again, this Assembly Bill, AB 594, was actually introduced by the state because I think they know how overburdened they are and that they needed assistance from folks like us here in the city of Fresno to take on those local cases that they're unable to get to in a timely manner.
okay. And do you have anything to add on that, city attorney, from what?
No, I mean, if you want, I can talk a little bit about what the program would look like if passed by council, if you wish.
Just briefly, if you would.
Yeah, sure. So we're going to model this program off of the eviction protection program model, where folks can submit their complaints online on the city attorney's website by filling out a questionnaire. My staff will vet it. We will be using our existing staff. We're not asking for any additional staff. Of course, we'll report back in several months after the start of the program to let you know about intake volume and that sort of thing. But we're looking at an April 1st start date, again, obviously if approved by council.
Now, also the other issue, Councilmember Maxwell, you said we're not going after moms and pop stores. So how do we ensure that that is actually the case as you're alluding to?
I can give you that assurance here and now. That is not the intent of the program. We're not going after small business owners who make simple accounting mistakes. We're going after the Bitwises of the world, as Councilmember Maxwell stated. But essentially, this body would be giving me the discretion to make those types of decisions, and I can tell you here and now that that will not be my intent, again, if this is passed.
Okay. And in terms of the district attorney working with you regarding this program, should it pass, where is the district attorney's office at in terms of resources or what's been expressed regarding this proposal?
Yeah, again, if passed, we'll reach out to the district attorney. The district attorney's office released a statement Monday evening saying essentially that they're looking forward to working with the city to combat wage theft cases here in the region.
Okay. All right, so there would be a collaborative effort, and I think we all share the same thing, and as was discussed with the folks who had come up here who did have their wages stolen. We certainly want to protect workers. We also want to make sure that we don't harass small business owners, people who do not engage in anything but fair business practices. That would be my concern about this, and that's why I've been listening very carefully to this proposal. Prepared initially to oppose it because that's a concern that I have, but I hear what you're saying. This is really about going after the bitwise folks who rip off people, and that's something that I definitely support. I am also very troubled, and I want to address something that I've heard, and perhaps we'll hear more about this in the future, but I have become aware that leadership from the Chamber of Commerce has made some threats to council members that if they move forward with this and support it, there will be a political price to pay. That's a disgrace. I didn't get that call. I think they know better than to call me with any kind of threats. But it's a disgrace, and I think the Chamber ought to take a look at its leadership if that is in fact the case, and figure out who the hell they think they're dealing with in terms of elected officials and threatening them to get what they want. It's not going to fly, and there needs to be some light shed on whatever is going on over there, because they were awfully silent during COVID when I was fighting to keep businesses open. I didn't hear anything from the leadership at that time when their job was to keep businesses open. So we'll see what happens as that unfolds, but they need not to be threatening any council members with trying to protect people's wages and things of that sort. And I hope the media takes a look at this and really takes sheds some light on this kind of disgraceful behavior and conduct, if it in fact exists, but it certainly sounds like it is. Anyway, I will be supportive of this, council member. What I hear is that this is a program to really address with something that isn't being addressed at the state in an effective manner, and I think we want to protect our citizens, but we also want to make sure that good businesses are not impacted by any of these, this program, and that's something that I'm very concerned about, and will be certainly looking to monitor to make sure that is in fact what is happening.
I agree with you 100%, Councilmember. Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to my colleague for doing his due diligence and working on this item. oftentimes when we get these policy conversations, they're based on our own philosophy and ideological views, but I always like to bring it back to people, because to me, that's what this is about. And as some of you know, I represent part of the city that has the highest concentration of food processing plants, packing houses out in the district. And having been here for 13 years, I can tell you that that is a very common occurrence here in the city of Fresno. My office has helped a lot of the folks that work in, the food processing industry when they have, and oftentimes people think that wage theft is just them not being paid for hours that they work, but it also can entail when they're being forced to work during their lunchtime, during their day off, on weekends, on holidays, and then not getting compensated for that as well. I think of specific situations of families that I helped, and I was going back through some of my notes. The specific incident, I won't mention the plant, was about a little over a year ago. We had 7 individuals that worked specific amount of hours and were not compensated. These individuals earned that money. They subsequently sought some help. We helped navigate them through the state agency, but there's such a backlog of these cases that oftentimes a lot of them don't want to pursue that. One, because they're not familiar with the process. Two, some of them are scared because if they don't have documentation, they feel that they're going to be targeted even more. And to me, it comes down to, you work a day, you should be paid for that day. And oftentimes that doesn't necessarily happen. So we have farm workers that go and work in the fields, and sometimes they encounter unscrupulous contractors, third-party folks that, don't pay them their, wages that they've earned. We have individuals that work in the food industry that oftentimes don't get paid that overtime that they're entitled to. So I think, this is a good policy. Councilmember Maxwell, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I did get about 18 calls from our friends over at the Chamber of Commerce and had a pretty heated conversation, I would say. I'm going to call it animated conversation. I won't say heated, but I didn't really get a lot of rationale. I said, how can you oppose wage theft? What is the part about wage theft that we're opposed to? And the conversation segued into a policy discussion about overregulation, which I think there's some merit to that. But I wanted to focus on this specifically with what this will look like for our City of Fresno residents, what this will look like for our constituents, and what that looks like. So I'm going to be supportive of this, Councilmember Maxwell. I'm not going to tell our friends over the chamber to go pound sand, maybe fly a kite on this one, but I'm sure that they will be back later to have another conversation about other things. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm going to bring us home by just taking a moment to thank my colleague, Councilmember Maxwell. Wage theft, as you've seen here today, is something that historically has negatively impacted predominantly communities of color and women. And so thank you for your leadership on this item. I look forward to supporting it and working with you to make sure that we are able to implement and properly enforce this so that we are not using this to punish the good businesses out there. With that, I do have a motion by Councilmember Maxwell, who accepted friendly amendments from Councilmember Carbasi, and I have a second from Councilmember Esparza. Do I have any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0, and this is for item 2BB. Thank you. Okay, up next, we're going to do contested consent item 2C. This is a resolution adopting the 580th amendment to the master fee schedule resolution. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
I'd like to make a motion to approve
Council, I apologize. May I interrupt? I apologize. There is a correction that we do need to read into the record, so if I may. On page 17 of the Office of the City Clerk's master fee schedule, there was a notice of intent filing fee, but it should read notice of intent to circulate petition fee. So there was a correction to the Office of the City Clerk, page 17. Thank you.
With that, Council President, the city staff has responded to my questions, and I do want to thank them for making the use of the Tower Theater more affordable for nonprofit and the public communities. With that, I make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion on item 2C by Councilmember Arias to approve, second by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition?
I'm a no. No.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Staff just found another quick error that needs to be read into the record on this item. I'm sorry.
I will withdraw my motion for the moment, and somebody owes me lunch.
Sorry.
Good morning.
Director.
Good morning. Is it on? There we go. Good morning, Aaron Aguirre, Parks Director. That's 2 lunches I think I owe you now, Councilmember. Just wanted to read into the record, PRAC did have a recommendation on one of the fees that will require council's approval if you all have looked at it, agree with it.
What is
the
recommendation?
Reduction in the youth, let me pull it up. The youth sports fee, it's the range, currently it's 0 to 300. PRAC recommended a range of 0 to 150. So that would be the recommendation from PRAC for your consideration.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve with the correction read by the city clerk and the additional correction that the youth fees would go from a range of 0 to 300 to 0 to 150 as recommended by the PRAC Commission.
I'm sorry. I'm getting caught off guard here. I understand that's PRAC's recommendation. What is our recommendation?
Our recommendation was the 0 to 300. We didn't bring that to PRAC. That was a recommendation they made during the December 18th council meeting, or I'm sorry, PRAC meeting. Yeah.
Okay, and so if we lower that range, that's going to result in less revenue, right?
So right now, and the rationale behind that was all of our youth fees, the sports, we charge $75. So we really wouldn't see a reduction in fees. It just gives us the ability to ramp up if a particular sport was higher. But right now, we're charging $75
So we're okay.
per sport.
Okay.
Not a revenue loss.
Whatever you want to do, Council.
All right, make a motion to approve with the correction read by the city clerk and the recommendation by the Parks Commission of a range from 0 to 150. With that, Council President.
I'll second.
All right, for item 2C, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition?
I'm opposed.
All right, so that item passes 5-1 with Bredefield voting no and Councilmember Carbasi absent. Up next, we have item 2K. These are actions pertaining to the Cesar Chavez Boulevard renaming project.
Motion to approve.
This was pulled by Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes, this is Cesar Chavez. Yeah, so I would ask the council to just consider the fact that they obviously are filing suit, and perhaps we ought to wait till that is determined. And so I would make a motion that we delay this item. And I'm looking for a second. Indefinitely.
All right.
Okay,
with that,
I do not see a second. Is there another motion?
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve item 2K by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any opposition?
I'm opposed.
Okay, item passes 5-1 with Councilmember Bredefield voting no and Councilmember Carbasi absent. Up next is item 2S. This is to approve a side letter of agreement with the Fresno Police Officers Association. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Council President, I just have one question for the HR and personnel experts, not necessarily related to the department. Who can address my
He's coming.
curiosity here?
Good morning, Council.
Good morning. I read the side letter with the Fresno Police Association that basically outlines overtime criteria for folks who are called into duty and not utilized. My question to you, staff, is this consistent with other units? Are we paying other units a similar amount when we pay them overtime when they're called in?
So that would be contingent upon the various MOUs. So are you talking about the 90-minute standby cancellation aspect?
Yes. So what I'm asking is, there's other groups of employees that we call for potential overtime that we don't need after all. Is this consistent with the same kind of fee structure that we're proposing to pay the police officers? Like, what's the payment for firefighters, for garbage workers, for public utility drivers? What do we pay them when we call them but don't use them?
Councilmember Arias, to answer your question, each of the different areas in our city operate differently because this is a 24-hour response system. Their overtime is scheduled out differently than other units. So there's standby pay that takes care of that for our other units.
I understand that, but firefighters are also 24 hours. So what is the comparison on what we're proposing to pay police? The reason I ask is, historically speaking, we've always paid our police officers significantly higher than other units in the city. So I'd like to understand what the comparison is for other units that are also public safety, like 911 dispatchers, like firefighters. There's other units that are on standby that we may or may not use after all. How are we treating those units?
Some of the other units that are on standby, they get paid that entire time that they're on standby. So it is very difficult to compare apples to oranges. There are different processes. So fire does not have the same type of duty office that aligns people that are going to be on call for overtime or holding back. They have a different system. So it's a different compensation process.
A different way of me trying to understand this is I'd like to see a memo from staff on how we pay every single unit for standby.
Okay.
And how we treat those units, because I recognize they all have unique needs, but ultimately what we've been consistent at this council is that we treat every unit of employees similar, and when we compensate them, when we pay them overtime, when we allocate resources, I don't want to see one unit being paid above and beyond what other units are paid, since they're all in essentially public safety apparatuses for the city.
I hear what you're saying. We'll get
with
your
that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Go.
I have a motion to approve for item 2S by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Maxwell. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Our last contested consent item is item 2Z. These are actions pertaining to Sarah's Court Phase 2 apartments, a 120-unit affordable multifamily housing project. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Councilmember Arias, do you mind if I do just a quick overview just for the benefit of the conversation? And then you can segue into your questions. Thank you, Council President. Just a quick overview. I think we have Mr. Sal Gonzalez that is in the room. He's the applicant. So approximately I believe they got notification the first week of December that they were going to be granted the home funding, the CDBG funding for their affordable housing project. Obviously, December was pretty packed. We didn't have an opportunity to bring it to council, and I believe staff wasn't ready at the time either. January came about. So about a week ago, Mr. Gonzalez, the applicant, contacted me and asked me to facilitate placing it on the agenda due to their willingness to want to leverage additional resources with regards to the low income tax credit opportunity. Their deadline is February the 13th, which is fast approaching. We don't have a council meeting until the 22nd, but subsequently there have been some new developments from our administration, and so I just wanted to paint that kind of picture, Councilmember Arias, and with that, I believe technical questions specific to the project, Mr. Gonzalez can answer those if you have those.
Do you have a couple questions for the applicant and for the city staff?
Good morning, Madam President and members of the council. Councilmember Arias, my name is Sal Gonzalez. I'm with the applicant at FCTC. 2 LP 265 East River Park Circle, Fresno, California 93720. Yes, sir.
Mr. Gonzalez, I remember us, the last time we discussed Cerros Court, there was a commitment from the developers that you would not need any additional city resources to complete the project. Has that changed? Is that why there's a request?
No, it's not changed. I think when we were discussing last year, you had the question related to Cerros Court, Brandhaven, Cerros Court. It's in 2 phases, two different projects abutting next to each other, phase 1 and phase 2. So the answer is no. This is the second phase. We did not need any more funding for Cerros Court phase 1. And I shared at that point in time that we are coming back for the phase 2, which is a separate project.
Is it on the same parcel?
No, separate parcels.
Owned by the same companies?
No, there's 2 different limited partnerships because there's 2 different applications. So one is FCTC, FCTC Family, LP, and then the second is FCTC Family 2. Again, 2 different limited partnerships, 2 deal structures, 2 capital stacks.
But isn't it the same controlling partners on both?
In terms, so the again, not to be too technical, but I want to be accurate. So technically, one is the Dominus Consortium of the controlling partners. I think your question is at the end of the day, who's kind of leading the efforts? And I think the answer to that is yes. I'm here leading the efforts at Brandhaven, at Cerros 1, Cerros 2.
Got it. Secondly, I read the item. Are you telling us that you've already secured the new market tax credits and the full financing for the project? You just need the gap financing?
No, sir. And what we're pursuing is not new markets, but low-income housing tax credits. So the answer is no. We've not secured. We're in the process of a 9% tax credit application, of which the deadline for submittal is February 13th. So no.
If you aren't successful in this round, the deadline is February 13th, what happens then?
Well, we generally don't give up. We'll go back in as we have before. We'll take another swing. I think the next round is July 2nd for the 9% tax credit. So we need the affordable housing in the community, and we're not going to give up. We'll keep coming back. Yeah.
Okay. And then in terms of the project itself, what is the level of affordability in phase 2?
You bet. Thank you for the question. So these are 30, 40, 50, and 60% of AMI. My common language is, really it's the rents. There's going to be 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. There's going to be about $378 for a 1-bedroom to about $1,140 for a 3-bedroom. And they're about 61 bedrooms, and then 32 bedrooms, and then 33 bedrooms. The 3 bedrooms have 2 baths, so
And is it senior housing or family housing?
Thank you. This is family housing. So there's Brandhaven, which we've talked about probably too much, is the senior restricted housing. This is 100% affordable family housing, so no restriction.
And
there.
my last question for you is, have you guys addressed the water issue that you had the last time that we had the debate over who pays for the water connectivity with Bakeman Water? Where are we on that? I know the city made a pretty significant, unprecedented investment to connect you to water. Where do we stand?
You bet. And I would say, first of all, again, thank you for, the answer is there is water there. The tank, I'd love to show you a picture. I drive by it frequently. I don't think it's completed yet, but it's pretty doggone close to being completed. I mean, it's up in the community. So that has been rectified. And I don't want to speak for Bakeman, but I think we've moved past that issue. Maybe the staff can say it in a better way. But the tank has been addressed with your all's help.
So we won't get a last-minute request to provide you occupancy permits without functioning water?
The answer is no, and you wouldn't let me if I tried.
You all always try. We always find some gray area to grant. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Councilmember.
My other questions are for city staff. One, I know we've been granting quite a bit of funding for housing projects. Last meeting, we granted $50 million. Is this application going to compete with the city-sponsored senior housing in the community center that we approved 2 weeks ago? Are we competing for the same dollars?
We are. The developer is going after the same round of tax credits with the February 13th deadline as well.
And do we have sufficient resources to fund this request at this time?
So, unfortunately, this is a little bit of a complicated answer in that the applicant was correct that they, in response to a NOFA, they submitted an application, and as staff went through all of the projects that were submitted, and basically I say, we have a spreadsheet of our funding that's available, and then as projects come in and we evaluate them based on the number of units, the cost per unit, various other things, we start sort of penciling in what we think a good recommendation to council will be for a level of funding. We had done that with this project, and we were working toward that recommendation that is in the council member's item. And we were planning on coming forward end of February, beginning of March. Fast forward, the applicant notified us last week that they were going to go after the tax credits and needed to be on this agenda. So what happened since we let the applicant know we were interested in funding them is the council passed the resolution for the $15 million. We initially weren't thinking we were going to fund that project at a $15 million level. So when we were penciling in numbers, we didn't have that for 15 million. Since the council adopted that resolution, we've had to go back and reevaluate and reconcile our funding sources. We have not had sufficient time to do that. We're working on it right now. We tried to get the work done before this meeting, but we simply couldn't. The council, the resolution that was passed left the funding sources open, and so we need to come back and advise the council what our funding plan is. I can tell you that we're gonna have to make modifications, likely, to things that we've previously talked about. You will recall in the budget a couple years ago, we allocated a big chunk of money from ARPA for housing projects. So we have talked about things like tiny home projects and your No Place Like Home initiative and other projects. Until we have sufficient time to go through all of those projects and all of our funding sources, I think we're okay on a CDBG. I know we're okay on a CDBG commitment. I'm worried about committing the home dollars to this project today because I'm worried it might oversubscribe us. I don't like saying I don't know the answer yet. I hate saying that, but we haven't had time. We were planning, we would have had, if we were coming February 22nd, we would have had time to go through this exercise. But last week, we started trying to figure it out, and we just haven't had time. So I'm super nervous of oversubscribing a fund and having to come back to you guys and say, hey, we went ahead and recommended these resolutions to you. They were passed. We made commitments to these applicants, and they put it in their tax credit applications. Oh, now we're not going to be able to have enough money to fund this other project that we've talked about. I can't come to a final answer. It's not reflective of the quality of the Sarah's Court project. It's a great project. It's going to provide needed units. It's just about the funding streams. We just haven't had sufficient time. So if you say, well, what may not get funded? I don't know yet. And we need more time to figure that out. So, ultimately it's council's decision, but I don't like the administration and our staff making decisions without input from the council, without giving you the full picture of what a possible consequence of your action may be. Because a month from now, if I come back and say, hey, I know you passed this resolution, turns out we don't have enough money, you guys are gonna be very upset with me, and I'm probably gonna hear about it on this dais. So I'm just trying to put all the facts out there. We could be okay with this, but I just don't know that answer today.
Here's my worry is that we're going to end up in a place where I'm already starting to, read between the tea lines. you've indicated that if we were to do this today, it's probably going to come at the cost of another housing project. Even though most of the ARPA funds that we invested are for non-housing areas. So I don't want to be in a space where we are undercutting our investment in the #1 crisis in the city, which is housing, and yet keeping something like replacing police vehicles, building a building for staff on the books because you felt that the only place to cut was within the housing bucket, which is, I know you're trying to avoid that and being blamed for doing that without council discussion. But what also worries me is we just got an injunction tentatively approved, and we've all unanimously have said we want to save Trails Inn. We want to make sure that those folks don't go unhoused, which is extremely costly to rehouse them later. These funds here are for acquisition of property affordable housing. They're potentially being committed to a developer who already got more than $10 million from the city for the first phase of Sarah's Court. Now we're looking at funding the second phase. And I don't know what trade-off and at what expense it's going to be, if any. So I'm a little worried that we're going to commit money and you're going to come back and tell us next week that we now can no longer save Trails Inn, Mobile Home Park, because we committed these funds in isolation of that discussion. So I'd like to hear from my colleagues and from the sponsor on what is going to be our commitment to save Trails Inn, Mobile Home Park, and those residents who are extremely vulnerable from becoming homeless, and whether we can do that while still helping fund the second phase of private development.
Yeah, I might be able to help with that, Councilmember Arias, and I mean, you know what I've said publicly about Trails Inn and the folks that we're trying to help there. So what I think we could do is, and granting we know that the 15 million we passed in the resolution last council meeting is obviously contingent upon those folks securing it. So what I would like to do is make the motion to grant the CDBG and then also the home, but make the home dollars contingent upon them securing the low-income credit program that they applied for. If they get it, great. If they don't, then they won't have access to that funding.
Let me ask you this, Council Member. Why not make both funding sources contingent on them acquiring the funding? Because, CDBG is specifically for housing. Why would we give somebody money for a housing project if they don't have the funding to complete the project? Why not make both?
Mr. Gonzalez, we had that conversation. If you could come up and address that on the operations piece.
You bet. First, should you agree to the CDBG funding, it'll be deed restricted, so it's going to be affordable housing. It'll be restricted for 55 years. We did something similar with Brand Haven, where we were able to get in a position to take down the land first, puts us in a little bit better position, so those deed restrictions it forces us to build affordable at the rates that we say we're going to build. So you're taking down the land and you're preserving really good land that's truly shovel ready and putting that part behind us so that we can get in a position to apply and then reapply.
But if I may, you already own the land, don't you? So the CDBG money is for acquisition of land.
CDBG money is, no, because what happens is, as in the case with Brand Haven and Sarah's Court Phase 1, there's completely separate entity, completely separate ownership for the 99% of the project. There is a separate owner. In a master plan development, if you've built one out, you don't just own the entire, in this case, 92 acres. There are multiple deal structures, and in this case, because we wanted a diversity and a mixed use, we have housing right next to what'll be, everybody knows, Sprouts, In-N-Out, et cetera. And so this will be sold off to a separate entity completely. So it's not like this entity is going to be owning it. There'll be a separate one.
And I don't want to get confused with all the different LLCs and entities that have some part in this, but I guess my simple question is this. if the city does not give you the CDBG funds for acquisition of property contingent on you actually securing the rest of the financing, are you not committed to making this an affordable project?
We are committed to making it an affordable project, yes.
So why not agree to both the home funds and CDBG being contingent on you getting the financing for the rest of the project?
It also, number one, it puts this part of the project behind us so that we don't have to. When we did the takedown of Sarah's Court, we did both at the same time. It was extremely difficult. But on the other side of the house is one thing that we have done is we've poured the funding right back into other areas in the town center, speaking for the other side. So all we've done is roll to continue the funding to make the town center mixed-use environment what it is today, and this has been part of the revenue stream.
Just for my comfort level, every time we've approved these projects, it's always been contingent on full financing for the whole project. So we don't just write somebody a multi-million-dollar check and hope that they finish the project. If they don't finish the project, they don't get the city money.
Councilmember Arias, I think staff can answer that question with regard to CDBG. City Manager?
Yes, thank you. So we would actually, if you're going to proceed with the CDBG, we would recommend that it not be contingent upon the tax credit application for this reason. As the applicant stated, it's very common in these types of transactions that, for instance, the Housing Authority does it on all of the awards we've done, where the one entity sells it to the new entity so that they are able to use CDBG for acquisition of the land. It's important to us because of our timeliness. I know we've talked a lot about that. We are really under the gun with HUD to make sure that we are meeting our timeliness obligations. When we rejected the Quality Inn project, that had CDBG money that we were planning on spending. We have to get our CDBG funds obligated out in order to meet timeliness. I believe it's an April deadline. So I don't know when the tax credit awards come in, but I would want to make sure if you go forward with the CDBG and they use it for acquisition, it guarantees that the project's going to be affordable. And while they're putting together the rest of their financing or going after the next round of tax credits, it keeps, it takes the CDBG timeliness problem off our hands, and then allows them to go after the credit. So I would recommend that you not have the CDBG contingent upon award of tax credits.
My last question, City Manager, are you committed to fulfilling this council's commitment to find the resources for Trails End Mobile Home Park, or are we going to have to go and find it ourselves?
So I think, Phil, you can come up and help me on this. So we are committed to sitting down. The Trails End is part of the discussion of the reconciliation for the $15 million. It's one of the projects that we know the council's interested in funding. The difficulty with this project is we don't have a proposal in front of us. There was nothing submitted as part of our NOFA. It's not NEPA cleared. And so as soon as we receive a proposal, we absolutely are committed to putting it and looking to see, but it's also a timing issue. Can you correct anything I've misstated, please?
Before, City Attorney, is that okay that we're discussing the other item now, or should we stick to the item we're discussing?
I am a little concerned that we're on the verge of violating the
But I
roadmap.
think Councilmember Arias wanted assurances that we're committed, and I think you got that, Councilmember Arias, the commitment to.
I just want a commitment that we're not going to defund an existing housing priority that this council already voted on and have been very public about.
On the home side,
Staff has not made any recommendations with regard to that project or anything else that you haven't heard before you.
so do we have any votes on home funding? Are there any other resolutions that they've passed that we haven't already sent money out of the door that we might have to pull back?
That we would have to pull back?
Yeah.
No.
The reason I asked,
No resolutions that have been adopted by council that we are currently at risk of having to pull back. We are trying to evaluate other housing recommendations that we had penciled in, as the city manager mentioned earlier.
So staff, I just wanted to remind you also that this body unanimously approved a resolution to make funding available for the acquisition, renovation, and preservation of mobile home parks. I'm yet to see a recommendation come forward and the RFP completed, so I just want to remind you that that's in the queue. So yeah, I know you guys have to do some balancing of resources versus pending demands, but I don't want that. I don't want to be told a month from now that we spend all the money when we adopted a resolution indicating that we wanted to prioritize mobile home park preservations.
I would just say, Councilmember, the most recent affordable housing development NOFA that staff did release, that NOFA certainly would have been eligible for the mobile home park acquisition, potentially rehab.
Okay, thank you. With that, those are my questions.
All right, Council President, we have the motion, and I think Councilor Carbasi seconded.
That's correct. This is for item 2Z. There was a motion to approve by Councilmember Chavez and a second by Council Vice President Carbasi. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. All right, so this takes us to our lunch hour. What we're going to do now is break, come back at 1:30, and we will pick up with unscheduled communication. Thank you very much. right, the time is 1:38 p.m. I'm going to call the meeting back to order. At this time, we're going to start things off with unscheduled communication. Up first, I have Nick Richardson. Is Nick here? Up next is Steve Diddy. I don't see Steve. Patricia Shawn. What about David Willis? Kim Sands? Lauren Lopez? Lori Garcia? No. Yeah, you're up. You have 3 minutes, Lori.
Yesterday, Chicago joined a list of 70 cities across America and adopted a ceasefire resolution for Gaza. So why not Fresno? For months, residents have consistently and respectfully requested that Fresno join that list. The question has been posed, what does local government have to do with foreign policy? Is Fresno not part of the great state of California? Is California not an integral part of the United States? Is the United States not sending our tax dollars to Israel? Working people in our community are struggling to keep up with the rising cost of living. Meanwhile, support services are being downsized. Instead of sending billions to arm Israel, let's use that money to support the needs of Americans, the people of Fresno, your constituents. If the average resident's voice cannot be heard at the national level, are we truly a democracy? Indeed, we are part of a collective. While a local resolution may not directly influence policy, we still have a right and even a duty to take part in the democratic process. As one Chicago alderman said, elected officials have the power to save lives by uplifting a demand that is now shared by many. To be on the right side of history, if we are committed to peace and liberation, we have to be committed to peace and liberation for all oppressed people. A resolution signals that elected officials see us, hear us, and want to protect us. This matter is personal to all of us, and it should be personal to anyone who cares about the future of this world and humanity. Your adoption would resonate as a civic expression of support for peace efforts in Fresno. Are we safe in our community? If District 2 constituents are frightened by mere words, recognize that Palestinian advocates also feel uneasy. While peacefully protesting, we've been called terrorists. Passers-by shout profanities and other Islamophobic slurs. I witnessed an angry man jump out of his vehicle and violently yank the Palestinian flag from us. So at times, no, I don't feel safe. It is my hope that no one on the council will villainize Fresnans who speak against the genocide. One council member shared a false and offensive media post which caused division in our community. Council has a responsibility to demonstrate professionalism, bring us together through compassionate listening to the voices of all people. We want to trust you, to have faith in you, to hope that you truly care for and represent us. I, along with others who value human rights, will continue to unapologetically stand for those at the forefront of violence, displacement, discrimination, and death. We do so for babies and mothers, for sisters and brothers, for fathers and daughters. We see them, we hear them, we know and feel for them, our world family. Enough death, not with our money and not in our name. From the river to the sea, in our lifetime, let Palestine be free. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Up next is Zara. Is Zara here? James? Hi, James. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the council. As to keep decorum, I will be addressing the president. My name is James Relis. I'm a resident of District 6. I've requested the city of Fresno to adopt a ceasefire resolution and join the clarion call. We are saying that our city will not be silent while a genocide is ongoing. I am a humanitarian, and every time I've spoken, I've done so unaffiliated in hopes that my voice would be heard. Yet it has been a caricature of what was requested. In my opening lines last month, I asked that this message not be villainized, yet the vice president had invoked the fear of his constituents over the phrase "from the river to the sea." The next day, the prime minister of Israel used the exact same phrasing. with no chance of a two-state solution. My member on the council had chosen to post an online article from an online source, and the title was "Pro-Hamas Rhetoric Grows Violent, Obscene at City Hall." When a cause I am fighting for becomes a way to demonize and otherize this community, I'm going to speak up. Unless, of course, this is the one Fresno we're talking about. My concern is language like this does not promote discussion. It is divisive and beneath the office. As president of the council, I understand that you cannot control, nor would I expect you to infringe on any member's speech. But you understand, this type of rhetoric is beneath my 5-year-old. Per City Council Resolution 2012-211, I believe there are some on the chancel who may be in violation of 1B1, 1B3, 1B5, 1B7, and 1B9 of the Code of Conduct. This will be my third formal request of this City Council to pass a ceasefire resolution for the ongoing conflict in Gaza. To date, there are over 30,000 Palestinians who will never see the next sunrise. Over 2 million displaced without food, access to water, or medical supplies in February. These are not feelings, this is not hearsay. This is facts, and this is what's going on every day. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Up next, we have Haya Kutab. Is Haya with us? What about Dr. Sohaib Kadri? Or Mr. Elizondo? I don't see him. All right, that is all the public comment cards I have for the council chambers. Do we have anyone on Zoom who would wish to speak?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon, Lisa. You have 3 minutes.
First off, when you came back, I don't think you guys were at quorum. So, when you guys say that you're going to come in at 1:30, please be on time. People are watching. I'm watching. Second, there seems to be a continuous issue here at City Council, and that's one of the City Council listening to us. And today I find that, these public comments that we're giving right now, why are they at the end of the day and not at the first of the day? It seems rather suspicious that you I've been sitting here at lunch thinking, why is that? Is it because you guys don't want the Palestinians to show up? Look how many people filled out cards and aren't here, because they probably had to go back to work. Finally, Mr. Kerbasi, you want me to say something nice? I'm going to say something nice. Thank you to the Parks Department. Thank you to the sprinkler dudes who finally turned on the water over at Puppy Love Park at Roding. It worked fabulously. I was just out there on Monday, nice sunny day. I was out about doing some errands and ended up at the park, and I actually ended up talking to some folks with their dogs, and one was from Ohio via Florida via going to Sacramento, who saw on an app that we had a dog park at Roding, and he stopped so his dog could run around before proceeding to Sacramento, and had nothing but wonderful things to say about the park. So I thank everybody that made the park possible. And now we have the new problem at the park of big holes dug by big dogs on the small dog side. But we're working on it. They're getting filled, so life is all good. Once again, it's 155 days of me and Mr. Cecil being isolated from the bike lane striping. And also to let you guys know that when you design something that I have to live with, that could have blown my engine because the queue was 3 blocks long, you really need to look at your design. And with that, I thank you for your time. And also to Annalise, this new format of public speaking at the very end, it's not a good look for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Next, we have Layla Darwish.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. In regards to last city council meeting, I want to personally take this opportunity to apologize to the council president Perea and other city council members. And I would also like to extend an apology on behalf of Palestine Freedom Project and on behalf of the community. One person's reaction or behavior does not represent us all. As Councilmember Bredefield mentioned, I too would like to see decorum back in City Hall because indeed, that's how we have effective conversations. And while the Councilmember Bredefield and I may not agree to many things, I do, however, definitely agree that we cannot have inappropriate outbursts. I would like to make it clear that I don't speak on behalf of everyone. However, outbursts like those are not sentiments of many Palestinians and Arab Muslim community members. And while these outbursts can hurt the Arab Muslim community by making us look bad, if we have a lack of decorum in City Hall, how can we expect to have the unity of one Fresno? Thank you for receiving my letter, Annalisa. I'd also like to mention a report today where Palestinians were forced out of their homes, beaten, tortured, humiliated, and starved for days by Israeli occupying soldiers. President Biden just issued an executive order for that. One of the men who spoke was 70 years old and already sick before he was forced out of his home. He was forced to kneel on his knees for hours. This is something my own father and relatives were forced to do in 1967 when they stormed our village. Nothing has changed. This didn't begin on October 7th. It began in 47. The only thing that has changed was billions more of our tax dollars being sent to the occupation, and more sophisticated and destructive weapons are being tested on my people. For what crime? For being Palestinian? In occupied Palestine, it is a crime for simply being Palestinian. And very soon I have to file my taxes knowing that I'm left with no choice but to directly contribute to the genocide with my hard-earned money. Dr. Martin Luther King said the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. That is why I'm asking for a permanent ceasefire from you all, and that is important. It isn't about me versus you. It isn't personal. I'm asking for a ceasefire because it is the moral and ethical thing to do, whether I was Palestinian or not. Because more than 27,000 Palestinians have been killed, 12,000 of them children, and 70,000 of them injured.
Next, we have Dr. Sohab Quadri.
Hey, this is Sohab Quadri. I'm here. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I do want to, I agree with Lisa. It's a little unclear to me when public comment is supposed to happen with Tyler Maxwell as previous president or vice president. It was much easier. It would happen at the first part of the day. This is a little difficult. I was there earlier in the day, but I had to leave because I had other commitments, of course, and it was unclear when it would happen. Even the agenda document said it can happen at any time at the discretion of the president. There's no scheduled time. So that was a little difficult. I hope we can have it at first part of the day or just, after lunch is fine too, just need to know beforehand. I did want to take this moment to tell you guys that Israel has attacked another hospital, many others, but one in particular that happened day before yesterday in Jenin in the West Bank. That's a place where Hamas doesn't even exist, which is what their typical ruse is for committing ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians. They actually came in dressed up as civilians. One of them, a lady carrying a baby's pram. One of them, disabled on a wheelchair being pushed by someone. And they all come in with guns and they take them out and shoot patients in their beds. I mean, this is appalling. I work daily here at St. Agnes and I have a wonderful time. But when I think about these things, I can't ignore them. These things need to be brought up. And we need to do our level best as a peaceful city of Fresno, whose motto is One Fresno, to call for an immediate ceasefire in that area, to allow humanitarian aid and medical supplies to get there. Instead, what our government is doing is defunding the only organization that provides them any medical supplies and humanitarian aid, which is UNRWA, UNRWA. We can at least show solidarity with the idea that we need humanitarian aid to get there as soon as possible and for a ceasefire to happen immediately. We've done multiple requests on this front. I would sincerely appreciate if we can have a resolution passed in the city. We are not the only city that would have done it then. There's 47 other cities in the nation that have done this. I don't think there's a viable argument to make to say city matters should not, city council should not pass resolutions on international affairs. This is a humanitarian issue, and many other cities such as San Francisco, even counties like Alameda County and San Francisco County have passed resolutions on this front. I think it's the least we can do. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you listening to my comments.
Next, we have Ms. 5250.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I also agree with the last caller. I don't understand why we would not call for a ceasefire, call for an end to this violence. The longer you guys hold out and don't do it, you're just supporting the violence. You're not speaking for the people of Fresno, and we're just exporting wars. That's okay. The public comments also moving unscheduled communication. We already don't know when we can speak. It says at any time, so you have to reserve the whole day if you want to speak to the council, to speak to our representatives. And also, I don't believe that because I should have got 6 minutes because I had 2 topics. We used to do it where you could, is there any public comments when it comes up? So you're eliminating our voice to speak to several issues, to, these huge agendas that you have with all of these items. And now we can only speak for 3 minutes? I think you're limiting the public, voice and participation in these public meetings because you don't want to hear from us. You don't care what we have to say. It's obvious because you just passed that vote to just take down the signs on Kings Canyon? Is that what happened? Knowing there's a lawsuit pending, litigation? That's ridiculous. And also this closed session that you've got coming up, Tyler Maxwell needs to recuse himself and not be a part of that. He used to work for the police department and he took money from the FPOA. Why is he involved in these matters? He obviously is biased. He couldn't not be biased. There's a picture of him with Jordan Maxwell. Jordan Wamhoff, that is a Madera County supervisor now, still a police officer, and he stole my phone. That's on camera. Oh, but I guess he lost it? Well, am I going to get compensated for that phone? It was in the possession of Fresno PD. It was a $170 phone, and they lost it, quote unquote, according to, Office of Internal Review or whatever. He very clearly took it out of my hand. I was worried about it, and I never got it back. I got no property release. They took it out of my hand. So they're not following procedures. They didn't get any witness statements, and they're the highest paid in the Valley. So is every other department?
There are no more speakers online.
Thank you. I had a few more cards pop up just now, and so I'm going to call on Nick Richardson. Nick, would you like to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, members of City Council, Madam President, and seat normally filled by Mr. Carbasi. My name is Nick Richardson, longtime listener, first-time caller. I've spent the last, you hear him talk about priorities today. So I've spent the last year walking around the district, kind of hearing what people are concerned about, and a few of them weren't able to present themselves in person, so I just like to bring some of their concerns forward. And a few of them started to rhyme and be about some of the same subject matter, so I decided it was incumbent upon me, as a proud resident of and proud fighter for District 6, represented by Mr. Bredefeld. So as far as priorities, last year in talking to them, became pretty apparent to me it's not a mystery that speed of motorists in residential areas has become a concern for a lot of them, not only for those who have families, but just those who are trying to live in peace and enjoy the beauty that residential areas of Fresno offer. With that, some motorists decide not to follow the law, not to live by the law of the land, and procure a safe environment for that, but decide to violate the speed. A lot of times there aren't posted speed limits, but it's pretty apparent to residents who are either outside or inside listening in a lot of cases to determine when an unsafe situation has presented itself. It's unrealistic for us to patrol all of these residential areas, as my uncle, who is a proud police officer and actually one of the enforcers of Northeast Fresno, can attest. And I echo his statements. So a lot of these citizens have asked for TCDs, traffic control devices, which often present themselves in the form of speed bumps, the smaller bumps that you see, the speed mitigators, flashing signs, things of that nature. And when they brought their concerns to the city, particularly looking for speed bumps, they were met with a response as to why the speed bumps couldn't be brought to their neighborhood. And given this is my time to speak, this will be a rhetorical question, but the answer that they received, if anyone's unfamiliar, as to why a speed bump would not be allowed in that residential area, it was because it would raise emissions. It would raise emissions from the vehicles, meaning the vehicle would take longer to progress down that street, thereby emitting more CO2. So because of the emissions, traveling at a speed which is safe anyway, which should be followed by any motorist, that was deemed less, or more important rather, the emissions, than the literal physical safety of the environment. Now, this could be in the case of children who have been stricken by motor vehicles, of houses that have been impacted and damaged by these vehicles, walls which have been penetrated, or a general feeling of unsafety in these areas. I mean, a car traveling too fast in front of your house is very objectively unsafe. So, in my line of work, we have a very analytical process for problem solving, and I would like to share that, and I would hope that we would prioritize a very direct threat to local safety as opposed to something nebulous like climate change or something of that nature.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. All right, up next we have Lauren Lopez. Good afternoon, Lauren. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I've seen videos of men, women, and children picking up pieces of flesh belonging to a person who was blown to bits by Israel. I have seen children no older than 3 who were cut in half by violent attacks deployed by Israel. All that was left of them, a torso, arms, and a head. I've seen a father carry all that he could find of his 2 children into 2 plastic bags as he screamed in agony. You can't grieve the loss of innocent life and continue to support the relentless bombing over the heads of 2 million people. You can't align yourself with Israel's attack on Gaza full-heartedly and think simply saying you feel bad about lost life and think that absolves you from your complicity. You can't ignore 27,000 murders described as retribution and self-defense in order to carry out a genocide. Israeli Zionists have openly admitted to wanting to wipe Gaza off the map in order to resettle onto Palestinian land. Israel is arrogant, as is anyone who supports their genocidal and ethnic cleansing rampage. 27 cities, big and small, throughout the US have passed a ceasefire resolution. The list is growing. If you truly care about life, pass a ceasefire resolution for Palestine so we can put an end to the genocide committed by Israel. Who speaks for you? Does this council, does anybody here, are you controlled by another council member? Are you intimidated by another council member? Are you willing to be remembered as somebody who stood for the perversion of democracy or a defender for humanity, dignity, and justice? Free Palestine, from the river to the sea.
Thank you. Up next is Haya Kutab. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon and happy February 1st. February 1st is very important to me. It's the start of the Black History Month. It's the National Woman Inventor Month, We celebrate Engineers Week in this month. It's the month of love. And for February 1st specifically, it's National Freedom Day and it's National Hijab Day. My name is Haya. I've been attending these council meetings for the past few months, speaking on the matter of a genocide in Palestine. Today, I'm focusing on the local Fresno that we all love and adore. First, Annalisa, Ms. President. I know you have been in this role for the past month, and I wanted to let you know how nice it is to see a female in this role. As a female myself in the engineering field, a very, very male-dominated field, I am glad to see you as a role model for young women that are interested in pursuing this career. However, I wanted to ask you to make sure to stay as a role model and not let some of the other council members speak over you. You are the current president, and I would hate to see people disrespecting and underestimating your role because you are a female, like what happened a few weeks ago at the last officer council meeting. As I mentioned earlier, today is February 1st, which is National Hijab Day. For those who do not know, a hijab is a head covering some Muslim women decide to wear in a form of modesty. As of today, I have been officially wearing the hijab for over 4,500 days. That is 12 years and a half, of which I spent entirely here in Fresno. During these past 12 years, I have faced hate crimes, I have faced racism, but nowhere near as much as I have within the past few weeks after one of our council members, my representative, started spreading Islamophobia. I faced racism, hatred, but nowhere near as I did. This person is supposed to be representing me. Here in Fresno, where we're supposed to be one Fresno. Here in Fresno, where one Fresno is supposed to be representing all of us. I was born and raised here in Fresno, and this is not a one Fresno. I am not a terrorist just because I'm Muslim. I am not a terrorist because I wore my hijab. I am not a terrorist for supporting Palestine, and I'm not a terrorist for supporting humanity. So when you come here and say that people that are supporting Palestine are terrorists, that spreads Islamophobia here in Fresno. Today is National Freedom Day and National Hijab Day. I have the right and the freedom to stand up here and wear the hijab and speak on supporting Palestine without being hated on. Over 30,000 people dead within the past 115 days.
Thank you, Aya. Thank you. Up next, we have Zara. Good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
In the name of God, the most merciful, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Zara. I'm here in person for the second time. I'm here for Gaza. I'm here for Palestine. I'm a teacher. I'm a Fresno State alumni. I'm here to ask for a total and permanent ceasefire. Council, during our last meeting, one of you asked, what about the Israeli hostages? I stand before you today with the solution, a ceasefire now. Council members, images of the Israeli hostages were only recently removed, but were displayed for weeks, if not months. Let me show you. If you truly care about the lives of these hostages, then you would be advocating for a ceasefire. The devastating loss of life in Gaza, which includes the Israeli hostages, are a direct result of Israeli bombardment. Let Fresno be part of history that calls for an end to the terror on Gaza. I urge you, honorable council members, to draft and pass a ceasefire resolution. The vast majority of people in the city of Fresno are in support of a ceasefire. Only a ceasefire will bring the hostages home. Only a ceasefire will help calm down the fire that has engulfed the Middle East. I call on to you, honorable council members, to draft and work towards passing a ceasefire resolution. The only way to honor those lives that have been lost on all sides of this calamity is to pass a ceasefire resolution. The sheer level of inhumanity must come to an end. We have to work together to push for this mandate. A ceasefire and a lasting peace is the only solution to give everyone, and I mean everyone, a chance to live in security and harmony. Fresno must help our great nation realize the importance of de-escalating the destabilization of the Middle East. Fresno cannot allow the continuation of the narrative that the United States of America values shipping containers more than human life. That's a joke. Fresno must pass a ceasefire resolution. I thank you all for your time and consideration. In the words of Jesus, Son of Mary, blessed are the peacemakers.
Thank you very much. At this time, that concludes the open public portion of our meeting. We will now be moving into the closed session. City Attorney, is there anything to report at this time?
Yes, today in closed session we have item A, conference with labor negotiators, all represented units. There will be no reportable items today.